Chapter 260. Fang Chen gently patted Jin Tai's bloody shoulder and then turned to look at Ji Lei. Being stared at by Fang Chen, Ji Lei's body involuntarily trembled. His forehead was covered in sweat. Fang Chen walked step by step until he was in front of Ji Lei. There was a strange smile on his face as he looked at Ji Lei. At this moment, Ji Lei felt that the surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive. Fang Chen, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The atmosphere was so stifling that Ji Lei found it hard to breathe. However, when Fang Chen approached him, he finally couldn't help opening his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart as he looked at Fang Chen and spoke in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded slightly and slowly raised his hand. Because he had slapped Jin Tai before, Fang Chen's hand was covered in blood. When you were torturing Jin Tai, did you think about the consequences? Asked Fang Chen softly. Ji Lei didn't say anything. Fang Chen was giving him a huge pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. No, I obtained an opportunity in the training mountain range. My strength has soared. I don't believe he can kill me. Ji Lei's heart was constantly struggling. In the end, he made his choice. He would fight to the death with Fang Chen. If he allowed himself to be captured, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't let him off. But if he fought to the death, he might be able to escape. Crash! Ji Lei waved his hand, and a wild aura erupted from his body. Then he unhesitatingly used the peerless celestial phenomenon. Fang Chen shook his head and didn't waste any more time. He extended his finger and used the finger of death once more. Swish! With a light tap of his finger, a majestic finger light instantly pressed down on the space above Ji Lei's head. In an instant, the Wuji celestial phenomenon that Ji Lei had just condensed was shattered by Fang Chen's finger light. How is this possible? The peerless celestial phenomenon had been shattered by Fang Chen. Ji Lei's heart was filled with despair. Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. Just a simple finger was enough to shatter his strongest attack. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Crack! The majestic finger light pierced through Ji Lei's body, causing him to fall to the ground and lose his ability to fight. Everyone in the distance exclaimed in surprise. Despite knowing Fang Chen's tyrannical strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Ji Lei's ability was even more powerful than Yi Ming's. However, Fang Chen had defeated Ji Lei with just a light finger. Ji Lei could not fight back at all. Such a technique was definitely comparable to the five geniuses. While Fang Chen's finger suddenly touched Ji Lei's arm. Suddenly, Ji Lei's two arms were directly crushed. Blood continued to flow, and Ji Lei issued a miserable scream. In the next moment, Ji Lei's legs were crippled by Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the chief disciple of the Wuji sect had his limbs crippled by Fang Chen. I'll leave it to you. After doing all this, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Jin Tai. Jin Tai's face revealed an excited smile when he saw this. Then, he walked step by step towards Ji Lei. Ji Lei, when you tortured me, did you ever think of the consequences? Jin Tai asked coldly. His face was filled with anger. Kill me if you want. Ji Lei roared in anger as he screamed miserably. Seeing Ji Lei in such a state, several disciples of the Wuji sect wanted to escape. However, they were directly killed by Fang Chen. Ji Lei, go to hell. Jin Tai roared. Then, his body suddenly jumped up and sat on Ji Lei's body. With a cracking sound, Ji Lei's chest was instantly crushed by Jin Tai. Ah! Ji Lei screamed miserably. As the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, he was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the south. Who would have thought that he would die in such a way? It was humiliating. Although Jin Tai's limbs were crippled, he was a body refinement cultivator. His physical body had already reached a 2-star Dao body. When he jumped up just now, he activated his 2-star Dao body and gathered all his strength on his buttocks. His buttocks crushed Ji Lei's chest, causing Ji Lei to die with hatred. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Jin Tai would choose such a humiliating method to kill Ji Lei. After killing Ji Lei, Jin Tai nodded slightly at Fang Chen. Then, he walked to the center of the King Kong sect disciples. The 4 young masters of the Liang family quickly stepped forward to support him. Crash! Fang Chen shook his wrist and collected their demon qi. Then, he led the many disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect forward. Right now, this wasteland was too dangerous and not suitable for resting. Therefore, Fang Chen wanted to find a safer place. Finally, after searching for a while, Fang Chen found a hidden mountain. The disciples climbed up the mountain and began to rest. Jin Tai, have a good rest. Fang Chen looked at Jin Tai and said. Jin Tai shook his head slightly. He knew that he had become a burden to the sect. Therefore, he made a decision as he walked. Brother Fang, I'll leave the King Kong sect disciples to you. Jin Tai looked at Fang Chen and said. Jin Tai, you. Fang Chen was interrupted by Jin Tai before he could finish his sentence. I don't want to be a burden to the sect. Therefore, I've decided to give up my demon qi and leave the training mountain range. This way, I won't be a burden to you and I can go out to heal, Jin Tai said slowly. Hearing Jin Tai's words, Fang Chen fell silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of demonic qi was emitted from the token on the golden platform and entered Fang Chen's token. Jin Tai chose to give his demon qi to Fang Chen. The moment the demon qi disappeared, Jin Tai's figure also gradually disappeared. After Jin Tai left, everyone fell into silence. After a long while, Yiming said, Brother Fang, shall we continue? Let's continue, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen and the others continued to walk in the training mountain range. This time, their destination was the land of inheritance that they learned about in the Heaven Sword. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, countless disciples of the sect were looking for opportunities. The 5 prodigies were nowhere to be seen. Some warriors guessed that the 5 prodigies must have received an incredible inheritance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped fighting for the demon qi. During this period of time, Fang Chen and the others had encountered many powerful demonic beasts. Among these demonic beasts, there were even some that had reached the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Even Fang Chen would find it difficult to deal with them. Along the way, they kept fighting with the demon beasts. Finally, there were casualties. In one fierce battle with the demon beasts, 3 disciples of the King Kong sect died. This incident was a wake-up call for Fang Chen and the others. After that, Fang Chen discussed with Yi Ming and the others. In the future, if they encountered powerful demon beasts that normal disciples couldn't handle, they would release the demon qi in the token and use the transportation array to send them out. This way, they could avoid death. Although the training was important, their lives were more important. With this plan in place, the disciples of the 2 sects did not suffer any casualties in the following days. However, after 10 days, most of the disciples of the 2 sects had been teleported out. The remaining disciples were all warriors of the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm and above. The deeper they went into the training mountain range, the more dangerous it was. Until now, Fang Chen and the others only had a dozen warriors left in the group. These were the disciples of the 2 sect combined. After 10 days, Fang Chen and the others finally reached the depths of the training mountain range. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others were standing on top of a mountain peak. They looked at the vast land below the mountain peak and narrowed their eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Brother Fang, according to the information in the Sky Sword, the vast land below is the inheritance ground. Yi Ming whispered in Fang Chen's ear. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He also knew about the information from the Sky Sword. According to the information, this vast land should be the inheritance ground. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't find anything strange about this vast land. What's going on? The Sky Sword couldn't have given out wrong information. Yi Ming couldn't understand. Fang Chen was also secretly thinking. In the central square of the training city, countless sect leaders were looking at the stone tablet in the middle of the square. This stone tablet was 3 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many small words. Every line represented a person's name, and this stone tablet was the training stone tablet. What was recorded on the stone tablet was the ranking of the participating warriors. The ranking was based on the amount of demon qi on the warriors. This training stone tablet was a very mysterious stone tablet that had been passed down since ancient times. The training stone tablet could sense the amount of demon chi on the warriors who entered the training mountain range. As expected, the 5 great geniuses were ranked in the top 5, while Fang Chen was ranked at the bottom. Qing Fufeng is indeed the leader of the 5 prodigies. His strength is too strong, and his demon chi is ranked first. Ranked second is Hai Wu Wei. He is relatively low-key among the 5 prodigies. Ranked third is Xing Yun. He has an easygoing personality and usually doesn't fight. I didn't think he would be so strong in this training competition. Gui Kuei actually didn't enter the top 3. How strange. Many sect leaders were discussing amongst themselves. In a corner, the Vajra sect master's expression was a bit gloomy. He looked at the training stone tablet. Fang Chen's name was in the top 50, which made him a bit depressed. With Fang Chen's strength, he shouldn't be ranked so low, right? The Vajra sect master was puzzled. Chapter 261. On the towering mountain peak, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the falling Dust Sword sect, led by Fang Chen, stood quietly as they stared at the empty land below the mountain peak. According to the information from the Sky Sword, the land of inheritance should be on the empty land, but they hadn't discovered anything yet. What's going on? Yi Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the Sky Sword to transmit the wrong information. Could the elders have misinterpreted it? Thinking of this, Yi Ming turned to look at Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he looked into the distance. Following Fang Chen's gaze, Yi Ming discovered that there were powerful auras in the distance. Yes, there's someone here. Just as Yi Ming finished speaking, there were suddenly several sounds of the air being torn apart. The first to appear on the empty land was Qing Fufeng. It's Qing Fufeng of the Qingtian Alliance, Yi Ming cried out. He didn't understand why Qing Fufeng would appear here. Just as Qing Fufeng appeared on the empty land, another figure suddenly appeared quietly. Ha ha ha, I'm not late, am I? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone realized that it was Hai Wu Wei. Seeing these two people, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he pondered in his mind. Before long, even Huang Zhan and Xing Yun had arrived. Only Gui Kuei was missing from the 5 great prodigies. How did they discover this place? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. How did the 5 great prodigies discover this place and come here at the same time? It seems that they should have also received some information, Fang Chen muttered. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the empty land suddenly trembled. Then, 5 prayer mats appeared on the empty land. Rumble. A series of deafening sounds came from the empty land. The appearance of the 5 prayer mats was very strange. The moment the prayer mats appeared, an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. The prayer mats preach. The appearance of the praying mat caused Fang Chen's eyes to tremble slightly. Soon after, his figure flashed and he directly rushed down from the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared on the open ground. At this time, the eyes of the 4 great geniuses were wide open. Qing Fufeng was the first to flash and directly sat on a futon. Dao imparting on a praying mat. It seemed like only by sitting on the praying mat could one have a chance of receiving the inheritance. Ha ha ha, this inheritance is destined to be mine. Huang Zhan grinned. He also chose a futon and sat down cross-legged. Seeing Qing Lufeng and Huang Zhan each occupy a praying mat, Xing Yun and Hai Wu Wei also occupy a praying mat. Just as the 4 of them sat down, their bodies were surrounded by dense spirit qi. Strands of formless spirit qi entered their bodies from the praying mats. Praying mat preaching, Fang Chen said softly as he prepared to sit on the last praying mat. But just at this time, the sound of breaking wind came from the distance. Then Fang Chen saw that Gui Kuei had also come. Why would the 5 great geniuses all come here at the same time? Fang Chen was completely baffled. The reason they knew about this open ground was because Tian Jian had spread the news. But why would the 5 great geniuses appear here? The last praying mat is mine, Gui Kuei shouted when he saw Fang Chen preparing to sit on the last praying mat. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Scram! In the face of such an inheritance, How could Fang Chen miss this opportunity? Seeing Gui Kuei appear, he sent a punch at him. Gui Kuei immediately used his fiend god body refinement to fight Fang Chen. Although he had been beaten miserably by Fang Chen, he definitely wouldn't give up on such an inheritance. As long as he sat on the praying mat, he would be able to obtain the inheritance. Fang Chen, leave the praying mat to me. You can have whatever you want, said Gui Kuei coldly. I want you to die. Fang Chen snorted coldly. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in his hand danced violently. The third level of the transcendent level of the water and fire sword technique was instantly displayed. An incomparably powerful water flame swordlight stabbed toward Gui Kuei. This time, Fang Chen was infuriated. He used his fiercest attack to kill Gui Kuei. Gui Kuei did his best to block, but in the end, he was unable to block Fang Chen's attack. His shoulder was pierced by the water flame swordlight, causing blood to spray out. Gui Kuei let out a miserable cry as he tried his best to activate his fiend god body refinement technique to block Fang Chen's attack. However, the power of the fire and water sword arts was too strong. He simply couldn't block it. Die! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The third level of the fire and water sword art was displayed once again. The hidden dragon sword viciously stabbed towards Ghost Sunflower. At the same time, Fang Chen's soul instantly left his body and enveloped Ghost Sunflower. The hidden dragon sword stabbed into Gui Kuei's body. Gui Kuei's eyes widened as his life force rapidly dissipated. No. As one of the 5 heavenly geniuses, he was actually going to die at the hands of Fang Chen. At first, Gui Kuei hadn't known about this inheritance ground. But he had accidentally learned that Qing Mufeng had found an inheritance ground. Then he had followed Qing Mufeng here. But he hadn't expected to run into Fang Chen here. That infuriated him. I can't accept this. Ghost Kuei uttered his last words before his body crashed to the ground. Fang Chen picked up Gui Kuei's spatial ring and sat cross-legged on the last praying mat. Just as Fang Chen sat on the praying mat, a buzzing sound rang out. Then a wild aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind from the praying mat. Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Fang Chen instantly understood that this inheritance ground was left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. When Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind was still alive, his ranking on the Martial Marquis list wasn't high. But he was still a bit stronger than Martial Marquis of Wind and Cloud. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen knew that the inheritance left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind wasn't a cultivation technique or comprehension. It was pure energy. Whoever was able to communicate with this energy would be able to obtain this energy, causing their strength to soar. Communicate with this energy, Fang Chen inwardly said. In the following time, Fang Chen began to try to communicate with this energy. The other 4 geniuses were also doing their best to communicate with this energy. For them, the energy left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind was too important. If they could completely absorb it, they would have a chance to break through to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, they didn't know that Gui Kuei, who was as famous as them, had already died at the hands of Fang Chen. At this moment, on the mountain peak, the disciples waiting for Fang Chen saw the scene of Gui Kuei's death. Their faces were filled with shock. Gui Kuei was killed by Fang Chen. Yi Ming said in disbelief. Oh my god, Gui Kuei was one of the 5 geniuses. He was actually killed by Fang Chen. He's so powerful. He killed the 5 geniuses with a flip of his hand. While the disciples were talking, they all headed towards the open land. They realized that the spirit qi around the open land was very dense. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the 5 praying mats were occupied by the 5 geniuses, they could still absorb the dense spirit qi from the open land to cultivate. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the 5 geniuses were all trying to communicate with the energy left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. However, no one succeeded. At this moment, within Fang Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. A formless energy gradually appeared around Fang Chen's body. The moment the golden heart appeared, Fang Chen felt that he had made a connection with the praying mat. Hey! Just as the energy of the golden heart came into contact with the yellow praying mat, a soft sound of surprise suddenly came from the praying mat. Immediately after, a wild energy instantly entered Fang Chen's body. This sudden situation caused Fang Chen's face to change greatly. Soon after, he became ecstatic. Was the communication successful? Fang Chen was ecstatic. He worked hard to circulate the liquefied spirit qi in his qi to digest this energy. Hiss hiss hiss. After about a day, Fang Chen finally succeeded in merging with this energy. Rumble. Fang Chen's cultivation instantly went from the first level of the qi high realm to the second level of the qi high realm. After reaching the second level of the qi high realm, Fang Chen's cultivation did not stop growing. It was still rising. Early second level, mid second level, late second level. When Fang Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the second level of the qi high realm, it finally stopped growing. At this time, Fang Chen also discovered that the energy left behind by Marshal Marquis of Heavenly Wind had been completely absorbed by him. Crack. At this moment, the 5 futons suddenly shattered, and the 5 figures opened their eyes in an instant. What's going on? Qing Fufeng's face changed slightly. He looked around and muttered to himself. I haven't communicated with the energy yet. Why did the praying mat shatter? Xing Yun asked. Did you communicate with the energy? Hai Wuwei asked. The 4 great geniuses all shook their heads. At this moment, the 4 of them saw Gui Kuei's corpse in the distance and their faces changed. Who killed Gui Kuei? Qing Fufeng asked in shock. Could it be him? Only now did they discover that the person sitting on the 5th praying mat was Fang Chen. He killed Gui Kuei? How is that possible? Huang Zhen said in disbelief. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was emitting a wild aura. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. When the 4 of them saw Fang Chen's aura suddenly increase, their faces changed. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Could it be that he communicated with the energy? At this moment, the 4 of them all looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at prey. That must be it. Otherwise, his aura wouldn't have suddenly increased and the praying mat wouldn't have shattered. Qing Fufeng stared at Fang Chen. Crash. Chapter 262. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, Fang Chen felt as if the world around him was spinning. Within his qi, there was a huge wave of spirit qi. Second level of the qi high realm? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He did not expect that after absorbing the purest spirit qi left behind by the Marquis of Heavenly Wind, his cultivation would jump from the peak of the first level of the qi high realm to the peak of the second level. The current Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against a martial artist of the 5th level of the qi high realm. Seeing Fang Chen open his eyes, the other 4 geniuses all widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with passion. His cultivation increased dramatically. He must have received the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Huang Zhen said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Fang Chen, did you receive the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind? Hai Wuwei asked in a deep voice. Xing Yun and Qing Lu Feng stared at Fang Chen without moving. When Fang Chen heard this, he slowly stood up and glanced at the 4 supreme prides. Instantly, he understood that the 4 supreme prides were trying to snatch his inheritance. Unfortunately, he was no longer the Fang Chen from before. Now, his strength had increased dramatically. Even if the 4 geniuses joined forces, he would not be afraid. Fang Chen did not speak. This made Huang Zhen even more certain that he had received the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Fang Chen, if you know what's good for you, hand over the inheritance. You know that you cannot keep it. Huang Zhen said coldly. Within his words, there was a hint of threat. You are threatening me. Fang Chen hated it when others threatened him. Hearing Huang Zhen's words, his face changed and he sneered. You are not worthy of my threats. Huang Zhen laughed. Fang Chen pointed at Gui Kuei's corpse and sneered, he also threatened me before. But you saw what happened to him. Hearing this, Huang Zhen became even angrier. Hearing Fang Chen's tone, it seemed that he didn't intend to hand over the inheritance. At this moment, Hai Wuwei also spoke. Fang Chen, hand over the legacy. You may have killed Gui Kuei and become one of the 5 chosen, but you are no match for the 4 of us, said Hai Wuwei. Just as Hai Wuwei's voice fell, Xingyun also spoke. Fang Chen, hand over the inheritance. Of the 4 geniuses, only Qing Lufeng didn't say anything. Even he couldn't see through Fang Chen. Moreover, before entering the training mountain range, the Alliance Master of the Green Sky Alliance and the 4 elders personally used their heaven-defying divination technique and came to a shocking conclusion. That was, in this training competition, a dark horse would appear. This dark horse would affect the situation of the younger generation in the southern region. The Alliance Master of the Green Heaven Alliance warned Qing Lufeng repeatedly that once he encountered this martial artist, he must not become enemies with him. At this time, Qing Lufeng was even wondering if Fang Chen was that dark horse that would affect the younger generation in the southern region. To be able to kill Gui Kuei means his strength is already on the same level as the 4 of us. Furthermore, he has obtained Marshal Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance. Perhaps his current strength isn't any weaker than the 4 of us, thought Qing Lufeng. While Qing Lufeng was thinking, Hai Wuwei and the other 2 were repeatedly pressuring Fang Chen. They wanted Fang Chen to hand over Marshal Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance. Fang Chen, if you hand over Marshal Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance, I, Hai Wuwei, guarantee that I will let you live. Fang Chen, hand over the inheritance, and I, Huang Zhen, will guarantee your life. Brat, if you don't hand over the inheritance, you will definitely die today. The 3 of them constantly approached Fang Chen. Their auras instantly spread out and revolved around Fang Chen. They wanted to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, a strange expression appearing on his face. He immediately said coldly, "Are the 3 of you sure you want to attack me?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Huang Zhen was the first to explode. He clenched his hands into fists, and all the strength in his body instantly converged on his fist. He then punched out at Fang Chen, courting death. When Fang Chen saw this, the long sword appeared in his hand once more. He didn't hesitate to use the 3rd level of the water-fire sword technique. The 3rd level of the water-fire sword technique was at the transformative realm. Although the hidden dragon sword had been shattered, and the power of an ordinary longsword had been greatly reduced, it was still enough to deal with Huang Zhen. Crash! In the sky, a majestic water-fire sword radiance suddenly appeared and fiercely collided with Huang Zhen's fist. With a bang, Huang Zhen's body was sent flying. Huang Zhen finally stabilized his body, and his expression changed. He looked at Hai Wuwei and Xingyun beside him and said coldly, "He has received the inheritance of the Marquis of Tianfeng, and his strength has increased tremendously. Let's go together and capture him first." Hearing Huang Zhen's words, Hai Wuwei and Xingyun attacked at the same time. Qing Fu Feng stood quietly at the side, not preparing to attack. With 3 geniuses attacking at the same time, even an early-stage Qi Hai warrior wouldn't dare to face them head-on. But their opponent was Fang Chen. When he was at the peak of the 1st stage of Qi Hai, he was able to kill Gui Kuei. Now that he had reached the peak of the 2nd stage of Qi Hai, his strength had increased tremendously. Finger of Death. Gale Kick. Water-fire sword technique, 3rd level. Fang Chen continuously used 3 skills. Among them, the most powerful one was the 3rd level of the water-fire sword technique, and it was aimed directly at Huang Zhen. In the sky, the tyrannical water-fire sword radiance fiercely collided with Huang Zhen. At the same time, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Liquefied spirit qi flickered on the soles of his feet, and he ferociously kicked towards Hai Wuwei. As he kicked, Fang Chen's finger shot out a majestic finger of death. The finger of death was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Shoo! 3 deafening sounds were heard at the same time. After Huang Zhen's fist of death was hit by the water-fire sword radiance, it instantly exploded. At this moment, Huang Zhen's expression changed greatly. How is this possible? Huang Zhen cried out involuntarily. He didn't think that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. Even with 3 geniuses working together, they still couldn't suppress Fang Chen. Bang! Huang Zhen's fist of death was directly blown back. At the same time, Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yun were also forced back by Fang Chen's other two attacks. When the three geniuses stabilized themselves, their expressions gradually sank. Even with the three of them working together, they were still forced into such a state by Fang Chen. They naturally knew what that meant. This kid can't be allowed to live. Huang Zhen's killing intent grew even stronger. It's definitely because of Marshal Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance. Otherwise, there's no way he could fight the three of us at the same time, said Hai Wu Wei emotionally. That inheritance belongs to me, Xing Yun, said Xing Yun. However, at this time, the three geniuses didn't rashly attack. Their gazes all turned to Qing Fufeng. Qing Fufeng, we're all 5 geniuses. How about you help us out this once? Asked Huang Zhen. That was because just now, they knew that with Fang Chen's current strength, even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. So they wanted Qing Fufeng to help. That's right, Qing Fufeng. Could it be that you don't want to obtain Marshal Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance? Asked Hai Wu Wei. Qing Fufeng, with the 4 of us working together, he's definitely not our match. Once we capture him, we'll see who can obtain Marshal Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance, said Xing Yun. The 3 geniuses stared unblinkingly at Qing Fufeng. But when Qing Fufeng heard that, he faintly shook his head. I won't participate in this battle, said Qing Fufeng slowly. Hearing Qing Fufeng's words, the 3 geniuses' expressions changed. Fang Chen looked at Qing Fufeng and nodded slightly. This Qing Fufeng had made a very wise choice. Because now, Fang Chen didn't plan on being lenient. He was going to use his full strength. Qing Fufeng, to think you're on the same level as us. What a shame. H, a mere 2nd level Qi High disciple is enough to make you not dare to attack. What right do you have to be the head of the 5 geniuses? After this battle, there will no longer be any Qing Fufeng among the geniuses of the south. The 3 of them coldly snorted. Immediately after, they activated all the strength in their bodies and once again engaged in battle with Fang Chen. The 3 of us will work together and use our strongest attack to capture this kid, said Huang Zhen sinisterly. All right, let's attack together, said Xing Yun. Suddenly, a wild aura was emitted from the 3 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them displayed their strongest attacks. The 3 of them didn't believe that Fang Chen could withstand this attack. 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen still displayed the 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. This time, Fang Chen activated the fire and water concept to the extreme and directly attacked the 3 of them. This kid isn't simple. Qing Fufeng, who was watching from the side, said as he watched the intense battle. At this moment, Qing Fufeng was even more certain that Fang Chen was the dark horse that the Alliance Master and the 4 elders had concluded after using the heaven-defying deduction technique. He would affect the situation of the younger generation in the south. Rumble, at this time, the 4 of them were fighting intensely in the sky. When Fang Chen's water and fire swordlights collided with the attacks of the 3 people, their attacks shattered instantly. No! Shouted Huang Zhen. He couldn't believe what was happening. Fang Chen's cultivation base was directly suppressing them. How can he be so strong? Exclaimed Hai Wu Wei. Damn it! The 3 of them went all out, unleashing their strongest attacks. Suddenly, a pitch-black sickle appeared in the sky. That sickle contained an aura of death. Die! The 3 of them threw caution to the wind and directly joined hands to unleash such a tyrannical attack. In the sky, under the control of the 3 people, the death scythe charged towards Fang Chen. Wherever the death scythe passed, the air was sliced apart. This sickle's power is quite tyrannical. Fang Chen thought to himself as he looked at the sickle shooting toward him. The sickle's attack was enough to kill any peak 4th level Qi High warrior. Even an early 5th level Qi High warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the sickle's attack. If I hadn't broken through, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the sickle's attack, said Fang Chen. Seeing the sickle in the sky, Qing Fufeng's expression changed slightly. The combined attack of Hai Wu Wei and the other 2 had already exceeded his expectations. Chapter 263. Boom. The death scythe and the water-fire swordlight collided, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon seeing this scene, Even the leader of the 5 great geniuses, Qing Lufeng, revealed a trace of shock on his face. The fact that Fang Chen was able to fight the 3 of them to such an extent was enough to prove that his strength had already surpassed his own. He's going to affect the situation of the southern region's younger generation. At that moment, Qing Fufeng recalled what the Alliance Master of the Azure Sky Alliance had warned him before the start of the trial. If he encountered that dark horse, he absolutely couldn't be his opponent. If possible, he had to befriend him as much as possible. What a monster! Qing Fufeng couldn't help sighing. At this moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from the death scythe in the sky. Then, the expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. How is this possible? The death scythe was the strongest attack of the 3 of them. They couldn't believe that even the death scythe was unable to defeat Fang Chen. I don't believe it. Huang Zhen roared furiously. When a crack appeared on the death scythe, the crack on the death scythe got bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the death scythe exploded. The instant the death scythe shattered, the 3 of them were instantly sent flying. They'd suffered a backlash when the death scythe shattered. Poochie. The 3 of them instantly coughed up blood. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. They were unable to accept the reality before their eyes. Not long ago, Fang Chen hadn't even been able to take a single blow from them. But now, the 3 of them weren't a match for Fang Chen even after joining forces. As geniuses, they simply couldn't accept this kind of disparity. Rumble. In the sky, the energy of the explosion gradually dissipated. When the energy dissipated, the long sword in Fang Chen's hand also shattered with a cracking sound. After Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword shattered, he casually took out a yuan weapon he'd obtained from someone else. However, this long sword simply couldn't compare to the hidden dragon sword. Under the powerful attack just now, the long sword could not withstand the force of the impact and directly shattered. Fang Chen loosened his grip and the sword hilt in his hand fell gently to the ground. Now, do you still want to snatch my inheritance? Fang Chen icily asked Huang Zhan and the others. The 3 of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Then, they slowly stood up and supported each other. They gave Fang Chen a complicated look before turning to leave. Fang Chen had no intention of making a move as he watched the 3 of them leave. After all, they were disciples of the top 5 sects. If he killed them here, their sect would definitely be enraged and the Vajra sect would be the one to suffer. Brother Fang, I'm impressed. At this moment, Qing Lufeng walked in front of Fang Chen with a faint smile on his face and cupped his hands. Fang Chen nodded to Qing Lufeng. Qing Lufeng hadn't attacked him just now, so Fang Chen wouldn't make things difficult for him. Brother Fang, the trial still isn't over. What are you going to do next? Asked Qing Lufeng. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, snatch the monstrous qi. After bidding farewell to Fang Chen, Qing Lufeng continued searching for opportunities. Although he hadn't obtained the Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind's inheritance, perhaps he would be able to find other opportunities. At this time, there were still 5 days until the end of the trial competition. After Qing Lufeng left, the Vajra sect's disciples and the Falling Dust Sword sect's disciples all came to Fang Chen's side. They had originally been cultivating, but Fang Chen's battle with the 3 heavenly geniuses had awakened them. Although they hadn't obtained the Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind's inheritance land, their gains were not small. In such a short time, their cultivation bases had improved greatly. Brother Fang, you really are amazing. Yi Ming walked over to Fang Chen and laughed. Yeah, Brother Fang, with your current strength, you can already be considered the head of the 5 heavenly geniuses. Even Qing Lufeng has to be polite when he sees you. Brother Fang, you really are a heavenly genius. Many disciples were extremely envious of Fang Chen. After a long while, Fang Chen explained the situation to Yi Ming. When Yi Ming heard that, he smiled and said, Brother Fang, you're right. With your current strength, there's no one in the entire Trial Mountain range who can threaten your life. If we stay with you, we'll just be a burden to you. Brother Fang, you have to take first place. Yi Ming nodded. After bidding farewell to Yi Ming, Fang Chen began to snatch the demonic aura. When he encountered demonic beasts, he killed them. When he encountered disciples from other sect, he snatched their demonic aura. 3 days later, Fang Chen's demonic aura had reached a certain level. At the same time, in the trial stone tablet on the square outside the trial city, Fang Chen's ranking had been advancing by leaps and bounds. In just one day, Fang Chen had charged into the top 20. Okay. Seeing Fang Chen's ranking change, the King Kong sect master and Luo Chen sect master's eyes were filled with joy. Have they finally started? The King Kong sect master said slowly. Although the King Kong sect master and Luo Chen sect master had already noticed that Fang Chen's ranking was rapidly advancing, the other sect leaders hadn't noticed at all. In a certain mountain forest in the Trial Mountain range. Whoosh! Fang Chen's finger suddenly pointed and a majestic ray of light shot out. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it directly pierced the eye of a demonic beast he was fighting. Ah! A pitiful cry was heard. The demonic beast's eye was instantly shattered and blood flowed out. It screamed miserably. Immediately after, Fang Chen pointed a few more times and the huge demonic beast fell to the ground unwillingly. Traces of demonic aura directly entered Fang Chen's token. Killing a demonic beast at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm can actually give me so much demonic aura. Fang Chen said softly. At the same time, not far from Fang Chen, there was a group of warriors. When they heard the shouts from before, the leader's face changed slightly and he said, "A demonic beast has appeared in front of us. Let's go and block it." After he finished speaking, the leader took the lead and led the warriors to where the demonic beast was. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After a while, the warriors arrived at the place where Fang Chen was fighting with the demonic beast. They found that the demonic beast had already fallen to the ground and a warrior was standing beside it. When the leader saw the demonic beast on the ground that had lost its life, his face changed slightly. This was because he found that the demonic beast was a 4th level Qi High demonic beast, the Diamond Bear. Who is he? The leader thought to himself. A warrior who could kill a 4th level Qi High demonic beast must be very strong. Before he understood the situation, he didn't dare to act rashly. Brother Jin, should we act? Just as the leader was hesitating, a disciple behind him asked softly. Hearing the disciple's words, Zhong Jin frowned and looked at Fang Chen. He said, "Brother, this Diamond Bear is a demonic beast that we, the Yellow Cloud sect, have been searching for a few days. We didn't expect that you would be able to kill it." Hearing Zhong Jin's words, Fang Chen frowned. This Yellow Cloud sect disciple was too shameless. They wanted him to hand over the demonic aura, but they found such an excuse. And then, Fang Chen asked mockingly, "Brother, I am a disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect, Zhong Jin. I hope that you can return the demonic aura of the Diamond Bear to us." Zhong Jin continued. Yellow Cloud sect disciple, Zhong Jin. If I remember correctly, you, Zhong Jin, are only the 2nd disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect. Fang Chen sneered. Zhong Jin was slightly startled and said, "Brother, do you want to go against the Yellow Cloud sect?" Zhong Jin used the Yellow Cloud sect to make Fang Chen afraid. But he was wrong, very wrong. Using the Yellow Cloud sect to pressure me. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, even if Huang Zhen was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Who do you think you are to ask me to hand over the demonic aura? Huang Zhen was the head disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect. He was much stronger than Zhong Jin. "Mph, I gave you face, but you don't want it. If Senior Huang Zhen was here, he could kill you in one move." Zhong Jin sneered. "Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for being vicious." Zhong Jin's words displeased Fang Chen. He icily said, "Hand over your demonic aura and scram out of my sight. You're courting death." Zhong Jin's expression completely changed. He was infuriated and directly used all his power to launch a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. "If I kill you, I can still obtain your demonic aura," said Zhong Jin icily. "Petty tricks." Seeing Zhong Jin's fierce attack, Fang Chen sneered. Then he lightly waved his finger, and a boundless finger light instantly appeared in front of Zhong Jin. What kind of move is this?" Zhong Jin's expression constantly changed. He used all his power to break Fang Chen's finger light. Swish. When the finger light hit Zhong Jin, it immediately shot into Zhong Jin's arm, and then Zhong Jin's arm directly exploded. Crash! A powerful aura instantly filled the surroundings. The current Fang Chen was like a god of war standing quietly on the ground. Hand over your demonic aura and scram out of my sight. Facing the suppression of Fang Chen's overbearing aura, Zhong Jin actually felt a trace of fear in his heart. How is this possible? He crippled my arm in one move. Even senior apprentice brother Huang Zhen can't compare to him. Zhong Jin miserably cried out. At this moment, he thought of what Fang Chen had said. Even if Huang Zhen was here, he wouldn't dare steal his demonic aura. At this time, Zhong Jin finally understood just how powerful Fang Chen was. We'll hand over our demonic aura. Please let us live. Zhong Jin endured the pain. A minute later, Fang Chen had obtained the demonic aura of all the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples. Zhong Jin and the others quickly disappeared from his sight. Chapter 264. Within the Trial City's plaza, Fang Chen's name was especially dazzling on the trial stone stele. His name was constantly rising. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the 20s to the top 10. How is that possible? Just what kind of demonic beast did he kill? How much demonic qi did he obtain? Did he steal the demonic qi of the other sect's disciples? Does Fang Chen's rise have anything to do with Gui Kuei's fall? In front of the trial stone stele, countless sect leaders were shocked to see Fang Chen's name rise. While countless people were paying attention to Fang Chen's name, the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He stared at all the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples on the trial stone stele. Other than Huang Zhen, all the other disciples had disappeared from the trial stone stele. What did that mean? It meant that other than Huang Zhen, they had all been eliminated. Just who did this? Wondered the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing this, countless figures suddenly appeared in the Trial Mountain range. When those figures entered the city, they were all shocked. That was because those people were all disciples of the Yellow Cloud sect. Could it be that Fang Chen stole the demonic qi of the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples? Some of the sect leaders' eyes brightened. A moment later, Zhong Jin and the others appeared in the plaza. Zhong Jin, what happened? Who stole your demonic qi? Demanded the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master furiously. Sect master, it's Fang Chen, whispered Zhong Jin. The surrounding sect leaders were all in an uproar. They all stared at Zhong Jin in shock. Who is Fang Chen? Asked the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master icily. He's a disciple of the Vajra sect, whispered Zhong Jin. Impossible. How could a mere Vajra sect disciple steal your demonic qi? Demanded the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master. Sect master, Fang Chen's strength is not what you think it is. When I fought with him, I couldn't even withstand one of his moves. When Zhong Jin thought of the battle with Fang Chen, he felt a lingering fear. If Fang Chen wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. What? You can't even block a single attack. A trace of shock appeared on the sect master's face. Could it be that his strength is already comparable to the 5 heavenly geniuses? Continued the sect master. Sect master, Fang Chen is very strong. This time, he only stole our demon qi and didn't kill us. If he wanted to kill us, we wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Zhong Jin continued. Hearing that, the sect head of the Yellow Cloud School sunk into silence. His mind was rapidly thinking. At the same time, countless sect leaders' gazes were focused on the Vajra sect's sect master. Their gazes were either filled with envy or schadenfreude. The Yellow Cloud sect's sect master also icily glanced at the Vajra sect's sect master. However, he didn't say anything. The competition still hadn't ended. Everything could wait until after it ended. When they found out that Fang Chen's strength was already on par with the 5 great prodigies, the eyes of the Alliance Master of the Qingtian Alliance, which was the leader of the 5 great sects, lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Could it be that he's that dark horse that can affect the southern region's junior generation? Wondered the Qingtian Alliance's sect master. I hope Qing Lufeng won't go against him. Thinking of the information he had obtained through his heaven-defying divination arts, he became even more curious about Fang Chen. While the outside world was discussing Fang Chen, the main character Fang Chen had no idea. He was just rapidly searching for demonic beasts to steal their demonic chi. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. There were only a few hours left until the end of the competition. At this moment, Fang Chen's demonic aura had reached a terrifying level. Under the crowd's watchful gazes, his ranking had risen to the top 3. Now, there were only 2 people ahead of Fang Chen. The first was the Qingtian Alliance's chief disciple, Qing Lufeng. As the leader of the 5 heavenly geniuses, it was within everyone's expectations that he would be ranked first. The second was Xing Yun of the Nebula Peak. His demonic chi was nearly 1,000 strands less than Qing Lufeng's. As for the third-ranked Fang Chen, his demonic chi was only 30 strands less than Crossing Yun's. That wasn't much to Fang Chen. As for the other heavenly geniuses, they were all ranked behind Fang Chen. As for Gui Kuei, his name couldn't even be seen. The head of the ghost-killing sect was filled with doubts. Why did Gui Kuei's name disappear? Could it be that Gui Kuei was killed by someone? Within the training mountains, Fang Chen met a demonic beast at the early stage of the Qi High Realm. This demonic beast was a cheetah. Fang Chen didn't know what race this cheetah belonged to, but he could clearly feel that this cheetah was very strong. This is the first time I've fought a demonic beast at the 5th stage of the Qi High Realm after my breakthrough. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent as he spoke softly. Roar. The cheetah seemed to be able to feel the strong aura coming from Fang Chen's body. It roared, opened its claws, and pounced towards Fang Chen. As the cheetah pounced, its claws glowed with light. The light disappeared in a flash. Just as the light disappeared, the cheetah's claws changed positions. Then, a strong force shot out from the cheetah's claws. 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen used the 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. The overbearing fire and water sword technique collided with the cheetah's claws, creating a loud sound. This cheetah's strength is much stronger than the 5 heavenly geniuses. Even if it were to join forces with the other 3 heavenly geniuses, it wouldn't be much different. It seems that if I want to kill it, I'll have to use all my strength. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen used his strongest attack. The fire and water sword technique was pushed to the extreme. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen finally killed the cheetah. The cheetah at the 5th stage of the Qi High Realm had a shocking amount of demonic energy. In an instant, Fang Chen collected a lot of demonic energy. As expected of a demonic beast at the 5th stage of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen looked at the cheetah lying on the ground and sighed in his heart. The fierce battle with the cheetah had deepened his understanding of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen had even faintly touched the threshold of the 4th level of the fire and water sword technique. After this training, I'll try to train in the 4th level. Fang Chen thought to himself. After Fang Chen killed the cheetah, he withdrew the demonic energy. His name on the training stone tablet was now number 2. At this time, Fang Chen was only slightly weaker than the number 1 Qing Fufeng. A dark horse. Is he going to be dark all the way? The gap between him and Qing Fufeng isn't big. Can he really reverse the situation and become number 1? There are still 6 hours until the end of the training stone tablet. I wonder if he can complete this crazy miracle. Countless sect leaders were staring at Fang Chen's name on the training stone tablet and discussing. In the training mountain range, Fang Chen was also rapidly killing demonic beasts. The amount of demonic energy he had was also constantly increasing. At a certain moment, Fang Chen was looking for demonic beasts when he suddenly realized that the temperature in front of him had dropped by a lot. This scene aroused Fang Chen's suspicions. After that, Fang Chen quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Fang Chen appeared in front of a river. When Fang Chen saw the river, he was slightly startled. He didn't think that he would encounter such a river here. After carefully inspecting the river, he didn't find anything strange. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the river. What is that? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the place where the white light flashed and said in a low voice. Splash! Just as Fang Chen was looking at the river, a white disc suddenly appeared in the river. This disc had a strange aura. What is this disc? Fang Chen was about to reach out and grab the disc. His intuition told him that this white disc wasn't simple. Sure enough, just as Fang Chen was about to grab the disc, a sinister aura suddenly burst out from the disc. Keek, I finally see the light of day again. A hoarse voice entered Fang Chen's ears. In the next moment, a dazzling white light burst out from the white disc. Immediately after, a black figure in tattered clothes appeared above the river. His appearance caused the surrounding temperature to drop instantly. This aura belongs to a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. When Fang Chen felt this aura, his expression changed slightly as he said coldly, "Oh, there's actually a human here. Keek, it's been a long time since I've tasted the delicious soul of a human cultivator." When the figure saw Fang Chen, he revealed a wild smile. "I didn't expect there to be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect here," said Fang Chen icily. "Human, you actually know about the Yellow Spring sect. It seems you have a certain understanding of the Yellow Spring sect. You have the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple," continued the figure. Then a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You once killed a member of my Yellow Spring sect. You deserve to die," said the figure coldly. "You're the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect?" asked Fang Chen. "Correct. I am the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect's Frozen Ice Hall." The Hall Master of the Frozen Ice Hall was one of the 72 Hall Masters of the Yellow Spring sect. He specialized in ice cultivation arts, so the moment he appeared, Fang Chen felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. "It seems you've been struggling at death's door in this river for so long that your brain must be damaged. You still don't understand your current situation," sneered Fang Chen. Hearing this, the Frozen Ice Hall Master laughed cruelly. "Brat, there's no need for you to say anything. I'm going to devour your soul." After saying that, he attacked Fang Chen. During that battle, he had struggled at death's door and had slowly healed in this river. Today, his injuries had finally healed and he could see the light of day once more. Now that he had encountered Fang Chen, in his eyes, Fang Chen was at most in the Qi transformation realm. He didn't fear him at all. Rumble, but the moment he attacked Fang Chen, he finally discovered that Fang Chen was a Qi expert. How is this possible? The Frozen Ice Hall Master wanted to flee, but Fang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. "Stay here." Fang Chen coldly snorted and stabbed his finger into the Frozen Ice Hall Master's head. His life force began to drain away. "Ah, I can't accept this. Protector will avenge me." Chapter 265. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly after he killed the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall. This was because the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall had called out for the Protector before he died. Fang Chen clearly knew that the Yellow Spring sect used to have a strict hierarchy. The 108 captains were at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm at their peak. The 72 Hall Masters were at the 9th level of the Qi High realm at their peak. As for the legendary 36 Protectors, they were at the peak of the Qi High realm at their peak. The Hall Master of the Frozen Hall, who had just been killed by Fang Chen, had not recovered to his peak because of his heavy injuries. He had only recovered to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. If he had not met Fang Chen, he would have been able to quickly absorb the souls of the warriors in the training mountain range to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, he had met Fang Chen, who had killed him in a tyrannical manner. Could it be that the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect are also in the training mountain range? Fang Chen's heart was filled with fear. The 36 protectors of the Yellow Spring sect were too strong. Even if they had not recovered to their peak, they were still not someone he could compare to. "I hope I don't meet the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect," Fang Chen thought to himself. After killing the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall, Fang Chen's body flashed and disappeared from the stream. Just as Fang Chen disappeared, in the depths of the training mountain range, a figure covered in black qi was sitting cross-legged on a green jade rock. Has the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall seen the light of day again?" the figure asked with a hoarse voice. Immediately, the figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, the figure appeared in front of the stream. He was the protector that the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall had mentioned. When the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall was recovering, he had found the protector and communicated with him. When the hall master of the frozen hall had recovered from his injuries and came out of the stream, the protector had sensed him. But at this moment, the protector's face was extremely ugly. His heart was filled with anger. Damn it! He actually killed the frozen hall master right under my nose, the protector said coldly. At that moment, the Dharma protector was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. He flicked his wrist and the body of frigid ice hall master disappeared into the stream. After Fang Chen killed the hall master of the ice hall, he continued to search for demonic beasts to obtain demonic chi. Time passed bit by bit. After 6 hours, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Countless disciples knew that this year's competition had ended. However, these 6 hours were a nightmare for many warriors. A peerless expert had appeared out of nowhere and was constantly killing many warriors. No matter how strong they were, they could not resist the attack of this peerless expert. In just 6 hours, many of the sect's disciples had been wiped out. At this moment, many of the disciples heard the sound of the bell and rushed out of the mountain range. At the same time, they sent the news back to the city. What? A peerless expert is hunting down the disciples of the mountain range? A sect leader's face changed and asked in a deep voice. That's right. That peerless expert is too strong. Just one look from him is enough to make us feel endless fear. Some of the disciples who had escaped from death said in fear. At this moment, some of the more violent sect leaders' bodies flashed and directly entered the mountain range. Most of the sect leaders present were at the Chi High realm. Someone was hunting down their sect's disciples. Naturally, they were furious. Seeing a sect leader enter the mountain range, the Qingtian Alliance leader's eyes lit up. He was thinking quickly. Half an hour later, the life slip of the sect leader who had entered the mountain range shattered. Many of the sect leaders were shocked. Sect leader Huang Wu's strength has reached the 7th level of the Qi High realm. Someone who can't even defeat him must be at least at the 8th level of the Qi High realm. Quickly inform the older generation to come. The leaders of the 5 sect leaders finally spoke. Even with sect leader Huang Wu's strength, he was killed. This meant that a peerless expert had appeared in the mountain range and they were unable to stop him. At the same time, countless pieces of news were spread. At this moment, in the mountain range, there were many disciples who were unable to escape. When Fang Chen heard that there was a peerless expert hunting down the participants, he was terrified. Could it really be the protector that the sect leader of the ice sect spoke of? Fang Chen was running away quickly. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as Fang Chen was running away, a wild aura suddenly locked onto him. Trying to escape. At this moment, in a place far away from Fang Chen, the protector of the Yellow Spring sect had a cold look in his eyes. He laughed coldly and immediately chased after Fang Chen. There were 36 protectors in the Yellow Spring sect. No one knew how many of them had survived the battle back then. The protector in front of them was Protector Rock. His defense was extremely strong. However, his cultivation base had yet to fully recover due to the severe injuries he had suffered back then. When he recovered to the 9th level of the Qi High realm, he was unable to recover. That was why Protector Rock hunted down human warriors and devoured their souls to break through the bottleneck. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi High realm, no one in the entire mountain range could stop him. In just a few hours, he had already devoured the souls of dozens of warriors. He felt that if he was given more time, he would definitely be able to break through the 9th level of the Qi High realm and reach a higher level. However, at this moment, Protector Rock's aura locked onto Fang Chen. From Fang Chen's body, he could feel the aura of the Ice Hall's leader. A 2nd level Qi High warrior was able to kill the Ice Hall master who was at the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Protector Rock's face was filled with a sinister expression. He quickly ran towards Fang Chen. If he wanted to kill someone, he would not be able to escape. While Protector Rock was chasing after Fang Chen, Qing Lufeng and the others had also escaped from the mountain range. When the mountain range was about to end, such a huge event had happened. Very quickly, the southern protector was shocked. This protector was very strong. He was a strong warrior from the royal family of the Golden Crown country and had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Most importantly, this protector was a true martial marquis. The Marquis of Many Treasures was a strong warrior from the royal family of the Golden Crown country. He was stationed in the Southern Protector all year round to prevent any rebellions. When the Marquis of Many Treasures heard the news, he rushed to the training city with his fastest speed. When the leaders of the 5 major sect saw the Marquis of Many Treasures, their faces showed traces of joy. The Marquis of Many Treasures has come. That peerless warrior will definitely be killed. That's right. The Marquis of Many Treasures is a strong warrior on the martial marquis list. Once he makes a move, the enemy will not even have the chance to escape. The Marquis of Many Treasures has entered the training mountain range. The leaders of the sect were all shocked. At this moment, Qing Lufeng and the others had also escaped from the training mountain range. They were battered and exhausted as they entered the training city. Seeing Qing Lufeng and the others, the leaders of the 4 major sect were all overjoyed. Only the leader of the ghost-killing sect had a gloomy expression. Gui Kuei still had not come out. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Damn it! The leader of the ghost-killing sect was furious. All the leaders of the sect knew that the warriors who had not come out were all dead. I wonder if the Marquis of Many Treasures can kill that peerless warrior. A leader of the sect asked. Within the training city, all the warriors were incomparably nervous. Within the training mountain range, Fang Chen discovered that Protector Rock had already caught up to him. He could not escape. As expected, it's the protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen stopped and said in a low voice. Crash! A powerful aura instantly appeared around Fang Chen, pressing down on Fang Chen. In an instant, Protector Rock appeared in front of Fang Chen. Looking at Fang Chen, he sneered, "Brat, you killed the Hall Master of the Frozen Hall. I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces." Fang Chen's wrist shook and a pitch-black stone appeared in his palm. His fingers lightly pinched the black stone. Yes, this is. Seeing the black stone in Fang Chen's hand, Protector Rock's expression changed. No wonder this brat didn't run. So he had this thing. Although Protector Rock did not recognize the black stone, he could feel that if the energy within the black stone exploded, even he would be injured. "You're threatening me," Protector Rock said coldly. "I'm protecting myself," Fang Chen said in a low voice. In fact, he was not confident. However, if Protector Rock wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate to crush the black stone. Damn it! Protector Rock was furious. At this moment, Fang Chen felt another powerful aura approaching. Could it be a human warrior? Fang Chen thought to himself. After discovering this aura, Protector Rock's expression finally turned gloomy. A human warrior is so fast. Protector Rock originally wanted to quickly kill all the warriors in the training mountain range and then hide. After all, there were many warriors stronger than him in the Golden Crown country. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Suddenly, a furious roar entered Fang Chen's ears. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. What a powerful aura! Fang Chen felt that this figure's aura was even stronger than the protector of the Yellow Spring sect. While Protector Rock saw the newcomer and flicked his wrist. A majestic aura instantly turned into flames and attacked Fang Chen. He wanted to kill Fang Chen before he left. "You're courting death." Marquis of Many Treasures saw this and his body flashed. He appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked the flame attack. Then, he chased after Protector Rock. Seeing the 2 warriors disappear, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. His clothes were completely soaked. Too strong. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. Is this the strength of a warrior at the peak of the Qi High realm? They could kill me with just a finger. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, in the training mountain range, many leaders of the sect could clearly feel that the ground was shaking from time to time. A wild aura could be felt from the training mountain range. Chapter 266. Standing in the training city, one could feel the earth trembling. One could imagine how tyrannical the battle in the training mountain range was. Within the entire training mountain range, a wild aura was constantly emitted. Countless sect leaders were shocked. This situation lasted for an entire hour before the training mountain range finally gradually calmed down. The battle is over. Did the Marquis of Myriad Treasure win? A martial artist asked. At this moment, a figure appeared in the training mountain range. He quickly rushed towards the training city. Everyone exclaimed. It was the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. The Marquis of Myriad Treasure was in a sorry state, but his face was expressionless. He stood on the plaza and said in a deep voice, "There are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect hiding in the training mountain range, attempting to slaughter the disciples of the various large sect. However, he has already been killed by me. When the various large sects return, you must be careful of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." After the Marquis of Myriad Treasure finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly left. Since the danger here had been resolved, the Marquis of Myriad Treasure would naturally leave. After such a tragedy, all the sect leaders sank into silence. This time, they had lost too much. The eyes of the Vajra sect leader and the Falling Dust sect leader were filled with disappointment. Fang Chen did not return. Did this mean that Fang Chen had already died in the training mountain range? Originally, the Ghost Killing School had already made preparations to exterminate the Vajra sect. However, after the appearance of the Marquis of Myriad Treasure, the Ghost Killing School's sect leader decisively gave up on the plan. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect hiding in the south had attracted the attention of the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. If he attacked the Vajra sect at this time, the Marquis of Myriad Treasure would definitely be unhappy. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. I just don't know who killed Ghost Sunflower. The Ghost Killing School's sect leader thought to himself. After a series of inquiries, the Ghost Killing School's sect leader found out that Ghost Sunflower was killed by Fang Chen. His hatred for Fang Chen soared to the sky, but Fang Chen did not return from the training mountain range. Everyone believed that he died in the hands of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Damn it, I didn't kill him myself. The Ghost Killing School said coldly. Once all the sect's casualties had been cleared, everyone left the City of Trials under the leadership of the 5 great sects and returned to their respective sects. Originally, on the trial stone stele, Fang Chen had already become the first, while Qing Lufeng and Xing Yun were ranked second and third. However, because of Fang Chen's death, the white-haired judge directly removed Fang Chen from the list, making Qing Lufeng first, Xing Yun second, and Hai Wuwei third. The top 3 of the trial competition received great rewards, but none of the sects were happy. That was because the Yellow Spring sect had suddenly appeared, and they had suffered great losses. After the trial competition ended, all the members of the sect returned to their sect in an orderly manner. Only in the Azure Sky Alliance region was Qing Lufeng. Before he left, he glanced at the training mountain range. In his heart, he didn't believe that Fang Chen would die just like that. I don't believe that you were killed, Qing Lufeng thought to himself. An hour later, the City of Trials was empty. All the members of the sect had left. In the training mountain range, Fang Chen had originally planned to leave. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to. He had killed Gui Kuei. If he went out, he would definitely cause trouble for the King Kong sect. If he didn't go out, the Ghost Killing School would definitely think that he had died at the hands of the Yellow Spring sect protector. As for the Martial Marquis who had killed the Yellow Spring sect protector, he naturally wouldn't care about a small fry like Fang Chen. Fang Chen put away the black iron stone and quickly walked through the training mountain range. There were 2 exits in the training mountain range. One of them was outside the City of Trials. As for the second exit, it wasn't in the south, but in the west. The training mountain range was very large. It ran through the entire south and bordered the west. However, because the training mountain range was too dangerous, the west had listed it as a forbidden area. Normally, almost no warriors would go there. Luckily, Martial Marquis appeared. Otherwise, my black iron stone would have been used up. Fang Chen was secretly rejoicing. If Martial Marquis hadn't appeared, the black iron stone would have been used up. The black iron stone was Fang Chen's biggest trump card. As long as he crushed it, he would be able to kill a warrior at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. However, Fang Chen wasn't sure if the Black Ironstone could kill a warrior at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After putting away the Black Ironstone, Fang Chen quickly ran towards the depths of the training mountain range. Right now, there shouldn't be any danger in the training mountain range. With my current strength, I have already met the requirements to go to the central region. After leaving here, I will go to the central region. Fang Chen said. The King Kong sect had treated him well, so he didn't want to implicate the King Kong sect. He chose to leave from the other side of the training mountain range. Of course, this was also because Fang Chen's strength had increased greatly during this training. There was no need for him to continue staying in the south. Half a month later, the events that happened during the training competition had been gradually forgotten by everyone. As for Fang Chen, he had crossed more than half of the training mountain range. After passing through the depths of the training mountain range, he appeared on the other side of the training mountain range. This place was already part of the western region. However, Fang Chen didn't know this. I wonder how long it will take for me to leave this place. Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was walking and thinking, he suddenly noticed that on top of a small hill, there was a green rock. On top of the green rock, there was a green-haired old man sitting cross-legged. Why is there someone here? Fang Chen was puzzled. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, the green-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked sharply at Fang Chen. Who are you? The green-haired old man looked at Fang Chen and asked coldly. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately said, I don't want to enter this place. I'm looking for a way out. You're not from the western region? The green-haired old man continued to ask. The western region. Fang Chen shook his head and said. No wonder. The green-haired old man nodded and said, It's very dangerous here. You should leave quickly. After saying this, the green-haired old man closed his eyes. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a 4th-level Qi High demonic beast suddenly appeared in the distance and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use all of his strength to kill the demonic beast. In an instant, the demonic beast was killed. 2nd-level Qi High, but his strength is so strong. The green-haired old man opened his eyes and whispered to himself. Fang Chen retracted his strength and continued to walk. On his skin, there are spots of light flashing. The green-haired old man noticed the abnormality in Fang Chen's body and thought of the strength Fang Chen used to kill the 4th-level Qi High demonic beast. His eyes lit up and he immediately called out to Fang Chen. Little guy, what's your name? The green-haired old man asked. Fang Chen was walking when he suddenly heard the green-haired old man's question. He stopped and turned to look at the old man and said, Fang Chen, has your body reached the level of a 2-star Dao body? The green-haired old man continued to ask. Fang Chen nodded. Meeting such an old man in the training mountains, Fang Chen didn't want to provoke him and prepared to leave quickly. He had a feeling that this old man wasn't simple. So it is. After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, the green-haired old man's eyes widened and he instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. You are less than 20 years old, right? Fang Chen nodded. The green-haired old man became even more excited. Less than 20 years old and already at the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm. His true strength surpassed the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. Most importantly, his body had reached the level of a 2-star Dao body. Fang Chen, are you interested in learning how to forge weapons? The green-haired old man asked with a smile. Forge weapons. Fang Chen shook his head and said, not interested. Actually, Fang Chen didn't want to delay his training, so he said this. Fang Chen, do you know who I am? The green-haired old man asked. His attitude towards Fang Chen was completely different from before. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Oh, I forgot that you are not a warrior from the western region. The green-haired old man suddenly remembered and smiled. The green-haired old man gave Fang Chen an unfathomable feeling. Fang Chen didn't want to get entangled with the green-haired old man. My name is Jiyu Zong. Chapter 267. Seeing Fang Chen's blank expression, the green-haired old man was speechless. If this was the western region, The two words, Jiyu Zong, would be enough to intimidate countless warriors. But the warrior in front of him obviously did not know the meaning of the two words. It's not your fault, you're not from the Western region. Jiyu Zong nodded slightly and said, I am the strongest blacksmith in the Western region. People call me the Master Blacksmith. Master Blacksmith. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His eyes burned as he looked at the green-haired old man in front of him. He did not think that the old man would be a master blacksmith. No wonder this old man asked him if he wanted to learn how to forge weapons. So Senior is a master blacksmith. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to Jiyu Zong, Kid, in the Western region, as long as I, Jiyu Zong, open my mouth, there will be countless youths begging to be my disciple. Jiyu Zong said proudly. But, if I learn how to forge weapons, it will waste my training time. Fang Chen said. Muddlehead. Who told you that all paths lead to the same destination? While you are crafting, you can also increase your own cultivation, said Jiyu Zong when he heard that. Fang Chen thought for a moment. In his eyes, a sly smile flashed, and he said, Senior Jiyu Zong, since you say you are a master blacksmith, I wonder if you can help me with something. What is it? Jiyu Zong thought highly of Fang Chen. Among the youths in the Western region, there was almost no one who could train their body to a 2-star Dao body. As for the path of forging weapons, the first requirement was to have a strong enough body and enough strength. Only then would one be qualified to become a master blacksmith. My weapon was broken in the previous battle. I wonder if Senior Jiyu Zong could help me reforge it. As Fang Chen spoke, he took out the broken hidden dragon sword. Seeing this, Jiyu Zong said with surprise, I didn't think that a mere second-level Qi-high warrior like you would have a top-grade Yuan weapon. Afterwards, Guzong picked up the broken hidden dragon sword and carefully observed it. After that, he said, repairing this sword is extremely simple for me. After talking to Jiyu Zong, Fang Chen believed that Jiyu Zong was not a greedy old man. So, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen took out a small piece of meteorite iron. Of course, it was Fang Chen who asked the little mouse to bite off this small piece of meteorite iron. Senior Jiyu Zong, I wonder if you can integrate this into the hidden dragon sword? Fang Chen asked. Of course. Jiyu Zong took a look and chuckled. However, in the next moment, the smile on Jiyu Zong's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He took the meteoric metal from Fang Chen's hand and hurriedly said, This is the meteoric metal. How did you get it? Even a master blacksmith like Jiyu Zong was shocked when he saw the meteoric iron. Meteoric iron from outer space was the best material for refining weapons. Casually refining it, one could refine it into a spirit weapon. Where did you get this meteoric metal? Jiyu Zong's expression was grave as he asked. Fang Chen was startled and then dryly laughed. This junior obtained it by accident. Only later did I learn that it was the meteoric metal. Jiyu Zong understood that Fang Chen was unwilling to tell him. Everyone had their own secrets, so Jiyu Zong didn't force him. Jiyu Zong carefully examined this small piece of meteoric metal. His face was filled with an excited smile. As expected of the meteoric metal. This degree of hardness is truly amazing. After a long while, Jiyu Zong held the meteoric metal and playfully looked at Fang Chen. He asked, Brat, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? You should know that the meteoric metal is worth me doing that. Fang Chen looked at Jiyu Zong and grinned. But you didn't do that. Fang Chen was gambling. When Jiyu Zong said those words, he knew that he had made the right bet. Jiyu Zong waved his hand and patted Fang Chen's shoulder. He chuckled and said, Good brat, you're to my liking. I'll definitely take you as my disciple. Let's go. Come back with me. I'll refine a weapon for you first. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, you can decide whether you want to be my disciple or not. Jiyu Zong finished speaking and left the training mountain range with Fang Chen. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally came out of the training mountain range. In front of him was the green-haired Jiyu Zong. Is this the Western region? Fang Chen was slightly startled. This is the Western region. Let's go. Jiyu Zong smiled. After that, Ji Yuzong brought Fang Chen and quickly disappeared from the mountain range. The most prosperous and core city in the western region was called the Western Cloud City. The Western Cloud City was extremely large and was located at the center of the western region. In the entire western region, there were countless warriors who wanted to enter the Western Cloud City. Not only was the Western Cloud City prosperous, but there were also countless powerful warriors. This time, Fang Chen and Ji Yuzong's target was the Western Cloud City. Ji Yuzong was the only master blacksmith in the western region. He was also the most powerful master blacksmith. His mansion was located in the Western Cloud City. Under Ji Yuzong's lead, the two of them moved very quickly. In just one day, the two of them arrived at the Western Cloud City. Before entering the Western Cloud City, there were guards stopping them. However, after seeing Ji Yuzong, they immediately became respectful. After entering the Western Cloud City without any obstructions, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Western Cloud City was really prosperous. Even compared to some of the big cities in the south, it wasn't inferior. My mansion is located on the mountain peak in the depths of the Western Cloud City. After Ji Yuzong finished speaking, he quickly brought Fang Chen to his mansion. After ascending the mountain peak, Fang Chen discovered that there was actually a mansion built on the peak of the mountain. The mansion's gate was a golden plaque with a large ancient word written on it. "Let's go in," Ji Yuzong said. After entering the mansion, Ji Yuzong found a room for Fang Chen. After that, he entered the refining room and immersed himself in refining. This Ji Yuzong is indeed worthy of being a master blacksmith. Along the way, many people who met him were incomparably respectful. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following days, Fang Chen stayed in Ji Yuzong's mansion, waiting for him. One day, Fang Chen was bored, so he walked out of the ancient sect's mansion. At this time, he discovered that on the entire mountain peak, from the summit to the foot of the mountain, there were countless young martial artists lined up in pairs, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Fang Chen appear, a young warrior standing at the front revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He then called out, "Little brother, are you a servant of Master Gu's mansion?" Hearing this warrior's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Clearly, they thought he was a servant of Ji Yuzong's mansion. However, Fang Chen didn't explain. He just raised his head and looked at the warrior. "Little brother, when will Master Ji Yu come out to see us?" the warrior continued to ask. There was also a commotion behind him. Master Ji Yu is currently in seclusion. He shouldn't be coming out for the time being. Fang Chen coughed softly. At this moment, the warrior standing at the front was full of smiles. He walked in front of Fang Chen and secretly stuffed a spatial ring into Fang Chen's sleeve. "Little brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can put in a few good words for me in front of Master Ji Yu," the warrior said in a low voice. Fang Chen was stunned. Then, he rolled his eyes and nodded. "Okay, no problem." When he heard Fang Chen's words, the warrior became even more excited. After seeing this scene, many warriors in the back stepped forward to befriend Fang Chen. They kept giving Fang Chen spatial rings. In just one morning, Fang Chen received more than 100 spatial rings. He didn't even have time to open them. "Little brother, you must help." From time to time, warriors would say this to Fang Chen. Fang Chen would just nod and agree. "You all go back first. Master Ji Yu definitely won't be coming out for a few days," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, many warriors bid farewell to Fang Chen and left the mountain peak. After a while, the mountain peak became much quieter. "So it can be done like this." Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He quickly returned to his mansion and his courtyard. Then, he opened the spatial rings one by one to take a look. There are actually 5 origin grade elixirs in this spatial ring. "Ha ha ha." Fang Chen laughed. "There are so few things in this spatial ring. There are only a few tens of thousands of medium grade spirit stones," Fang Chen complained. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen spent an entire afternoon sorting through the spatial rings. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fang Chen finally finished sorting out. The entire courtyard was filled with various elixirs and a large number of spirit stones. Fang Chen did a careful calculation and found that most of the spiritual stones in these spatial rings were middle-grade spiritual stones. In total, there was a total of 100 million spiritual stones. Although it was a little small compared to Fang Chen's wealth, it was a free win. Next were the elixirs. Just the origin grade elixirs alone numbered over 100. Of course, these origin grade elixirs were mostly low-grade elixirs. Only a few of them were medium-grade elixirs. There were also a few high-grade elixirs. As for top-grade elixirs, there was only one. Origin-grade elixirs were considered precious in the Jin Guan country. These warriors were all elite disciples of the sect. That was why they were able to take out so many origin-grade elixirs. I've really struck it rich. Fang Chen laughed wildly. Some of these elixirs could be used by him. Others could be sold. As for weapons, there was not a single one. Master Ji Yu was a weapon refining master himself. How could the servants in his mansion lack weapons? Naturally, they would not embarrass themselves. Ha ha ha, if I could do this every day, how good would that be? Fang Chen laughed wildly. In just one morning, the amount of resources he had collected was enough to make a Chi-Hai warrior change his expression. This kind of wealth was something that even a small faction would not be able to take out. Just as Fang Chen was laughing maniacally, a voice suddenly rang out. Using my name to collect other people's things. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen hurriedly put all the things in front of him into his spatial ring. He then respectfully looked at the figure in front of him. Senior Ji Yu Zong, hey. Fang Chen scratched his head and laughed. This is your weapon, Ji Yu Zong said. He casually threw the hidden dragon sword into Fang Chen's hand. As Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword, he could feel a faintly discernible aura being emitted from the sword. Low-grade spirit weapon. Chapter 268. Within the ancient sword continent, the lowest grade weapons were the normal weapons. The better ones were the common weapons. After the common weapons were the Yuan weapons. After the Yuan weapons were the spiritual weapons. Blacksmiths who could forge spiritual weapons were at least master blacksmiths. In the entire Jin Guan country, there were only a few master blacksmiths. That was why Ji Yu Zong's position in the western region was very high. It was because he was the only master blacksmiths in the western region. The hidden dragon sword was only a peak-grade Yuan weapon before, but now it had become a low-grade spiritual weapon. This made Fang Chen go wild with joy. There aren't enough meteorites, otherwise it would have been able to increase its grade. Ji Yu Zong said indifferently. Fang Chen nodded and thanked Ji Yu Zong. Fang Chen tested it a little and found that a low-grade spiritual weapon was many times stronger than a peak-grade Yuan weapon. With a low-grade spiritual weapon, he could easily defeat a 5th-level Chi-Hai warrior. As expected of a spiritual weapon. Fang Chen said with joy. At this moment, Ji Yu Zong said, have you thought it through? Do you want to be my disciple? Fang Chen was startled and didn't say anything. As you can see, the warriors who want to be my disciple can line up from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain every day. But these warriors can only be considered as ordinary warriors. There are also many true monstrous warriors. As long as I raise my arm and tell the world that I, Ji Yu Zong, want to accept a disciple, there will be countless big powers coming to pay a visit. I can sense that your talent in crafting weapons shouldn't be too bad. As long as you craft weapons with me, it won't be long before I can turn you into a true weapon craftsman. Ji Yu Zong continued to tempt Fang Chen. Fang Chen's mind was thinking. He had been thinking about this question for the past few days. In the ancient sword continent, almost every true expert knows a little about forging. Because their weapons are all forged by themselves and nurtured with their own blood. Ji Yu Zong said. But I want to enter the central region. Fang Chen said his wish. Why do you want to enter the central region? Ji Yu Zong asked. I want to go to the Luo family to look for someone, Fang Chen said. Ji Yu Zong laughed heartily when he heard that. He said, if that's the case, you have even more reason to take me as your master. If you were an ordinary person, no matter how talented you are, the Luo clan wouldn't want to see you. However, if you go to the Luo clan as my disciple, the Luo clan will definitely receive you. This, Fang Chen was still hesitating. Why are you still hesitating? While refining artifacts, you can still cultivate. Look, isn't this old man very strong as well? Ji Yuzong continued. Crash in an instant, Ji Yuzong's aura skyrocketed and enveloped Fang Chen, making Fang Chen feel pressured. The Luo clan is a very powerful clan in the Golden Crown Nation. If I go there alone, I will definitely not be able to meet the head of the Luo clan. Thinking about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with taking Ji Yuzong as my master. Fang Chen thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen finally made a decision. He would first become Ji Yuzong's disciple. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. After finishing his words, Fang Chen suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ji Yuzong. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Seeing this, Ji Yuzong laughed and helped Fang Chen up. Ji Yuzong had been wanting to take in a disciple for so many years. However, looking at the entire Western region's younger generation, none of them could enter his eyes. Until he met Fang Chen. From now on, you will be my Ji Yuzong's only inner disciple. Ji Yuzong laughed. Master, don't you intend to give your disciple a greeting gift? Fang Chen looked at Ji Yuzong and whispered. Ji Yuzong's smile instantly froze. In the next moment, Ji Yuzong exploded. Get lost. The news of Ji Yuzong accepting a disciple instantly spread in the Western region. Countless warriors were shocked. Ji Yuzong actually accepted a disciple. I wonder who Ji Yuzong's disciple will be. Could it be those few sky prides? They have always wanted to be a disciple of Ji Yu sect. Damn it, there's no chance. I remember Master Ji Yuzong once said that he would only accept one inner disciple in his lifetime. Quickly go and find out who became Ji Yuzong's disciple. In the entire Western Cloud City, countless warriors were discussing who was so lucky to become Ji Yuzong's disciple. At the same time, in the Western region's top 3 sect, they were also discussing. One of the top 3 sects, heaven-seeking sects, Public Square. A white-robed man was currently cultivating. He was the strongest of heaven-seeking sect's younger generation, and also one of the top 3 experts in the Western region, Wen Yu. Ji Yuzong accepting a disciple. Wen Yu, who was in the middle of cultivating, suddenly received this news. His face instantly turned gloomy. Could it be one of the other two? Wen Yu frowned and said in a low voice. While Wen Yu was pondering, the top experts of the other 2 sects' younger generation were also pondering who had become Ji Yuzong's disciple. At this moment, on a mountain peak deep in Western Cloud City, there were countless warriors standing. These warriors were the ones that Fang Chen had seen the other day. Among them, the warrior who was ranked first was the warrior who was ranked first the last time. No one knew what his name was. Everyone only knew that his nickname was Spirit Monkey. At this moment, Spirit Monkey stood at the front, looking at the mansion on the mountain peak. At this moment, the door of the mansion creaked open, and Fang Chen walked out. Little brother. Spirit Monkey saw Fang Chen and greeted him softly. Then, Fang Chen walked in front of Spirit Monkey. Master Ji Yuzong has already accepted a disciple. Why are you still here? Fang Chen looked at Spirit Monkey and asked. Little brother, we are here this time to find out who became Master Ji Yuzong's disciple. Spirit Monkey asked. When Fang Chen heard this, he deliberately paused and said, this. Fang Chen made a difficult expression and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Spirit Monkey took out a pile of spirit stones and handed it to Fang Chen. He said, Little brother, we just want to find out who Master Gu's disciple is. Fang Chen took the spirit stones and grinned. He said, you will know in 3 days. After speaking, Fang Chen quickly returned to the mansion. When everyone saw this, their faces were filled with confusion. A minute later, Spirit Monkey's scolding spread throughout the entire mountain peak. This damn little brother. He took his spirit stones and did not tell him who Master Gu's disciple was. Ever since the news of Ji Yuzong accepting a disciple spread, countless warriors of the younger generation were discussing who Ji Yuzong's disciple was. In Ji Yuzong's mansion, Fang Chen was learning weapon refining from Ji Yuzong. Because Fang Chen had never come into contact with weapon refining before, he lacked knowledge in this area. This is a book on weapon refining. Go back and read it carefully. Ji Yuzong handed a book to Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen kept the book and nodded. At this moment, Ji Yuzong said, Fang Chen, ever since you became my disciple, countless warriors have been looking for you. They must not be convinced. So, in 3 days, after I announce your news, there will be many warriors coming to challenge you. You must be prepared. Ji Yuzong laughed. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Before this, Fang Chen had already understood the situation in the Western region. There were a total of 3 top sects in the Western region. The young warriors of the 3 top sects were called the 3 top warriors. The 3 of them were the strongest warriors of the younger generation in the Western region. Their cultivation had all reached the early stage of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. After knowing this, Fang Chen immediately felt relieved. With his current strength, he could still deal with warriors at the early stage of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Your disciple is already prepared. Fang Chen said. Ji Yuzong heard this and nodded. You can go back first. After you finish reading this book, come and find me. Ji Yuzong released the news that in 3 days, his identity as a disciple would be announced to the world. Countless warriors were waiting for 3 days to pass. After all, Ji Yuzong's position in the Western region was too high. He was also the only master blacksmith in the Western region. No sect was willing to offend Ji Yuzong. While they were waiting, Fang Chen was reading a book on weapon refining in the courtyard. In this book, the introduction is very detailed. There are even some materials for refining weapons. Fang Chen said. Refining weapons was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to prepare the materials. The second step was to control the fire. The third step was to cultivate the spirit. As for the first step, it was easy to understand and do. The difficult part was the second and third step. If the fire was not controlled well, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Thus, controlling the fire was very important. The third step was to cultivate the spirit. It was the time to determine the grade of the weapon. The better the spirit, the better the weapon. Fang Chen used half a day to finish reading the entire book. He felt that he had gained a lot of understanding towards the art of craftsmanship. On the second day, Fang Chen went to find Ji Yuzong. Master, I have finished reading. Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Yuzong's face showed a trace of doubt. He asked, You have really finished reading? Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, Ji Yuzong immediately began to test Fang Chen. If the fire is not controlled well during the refining process, how do you remedy it? Ji Yuzong asked. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, If such a situation occurs, you need to immediately increase the intensity of the fire. The temperature of the materials must be doubled. Hearing this, Ji Yuzong nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask. Just like this, they asked and answered. After a quarter of an hour, Ji Yuzong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He asked some slightly complicated questions. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to answer them so fluently. Although the book on weapon refining was relatively simple, ordinary people would not be able to understand it completely without 3 days. At first, Ji Yuzong thought that Fang Chen did not read seriously. However, when his questions were perfectly answered by Fang Chen, he was completely shocked. This was simply an exceptional weapon refining genius. At this moment, Ji Yuzong's heart was filled with excitement. Since you have finished reading the book on weapon refining, the next step is to test whether you are qualified to become a weapon refiner. Ji Yuzong said. To become a weapon refiner, one must pass the most basic requirements. Some warriors were strong in theory but poor in practice. Some were the opposite. Chapter 269. Of course, for Ji Yuzong, Fang Chen passing the basic test wasn't a big problem. The main problem now was that he wanted to see just how great Fang Chen's potential was in the refining path. The first test tests the strength of your physical body, Ji Yuzong slowly said. Ji Yuzong said slowly, however, the strength of your physical body has already reached a 2-star Dao body, so you passed this test directly. The second test tests one's control of the fire. Just as Ji Yuzong finished speaking, a scorching flame suddenly appeared in front of him. This flame contained a majestic aura. "You control this flame," said Ji Yuzong. Hearing this, Fang Chen secretly activated the concept of fire and began to control the flames. At the beginning, Ji Yuzong's expression was very calm. However, when Fang Chen controlled the flame to constantly flicker, his expression finally became serious. "Are you sure you haven't learned refining before?" Ji Yuzong looked at Fang Chen and asked in a low voice. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Ji Yuzong was puzzled. Fang Chen's control of fire was much better than he had imagined. "You passed the second test." After Ji Yuzong finished speaking, he began the third test. The third test tested the strength of a cultivator's soul. Generally speaking, in the refining process, the spiritual cultivation process required a powerful soul to succeed. "Release your soul," said Ji Yuzong. Fang Chen followed Ji Yuzong's instructions and directly released his soul. Immediately, a red illusory ball of qi appeared around Fang Chen. This ball of qi was Fang Chen's soul. "This is red." When Ji Yuzong saw the red ball of qi in front of Fang Chen, his face was filled with shock. "It's actually a red-grade soul." Ji Yuzong cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen's first two tests had already shocked him. He hadn't expected the third test to shock him even more. Genius, he's definitely a once-in-a-century genius. After a long time, Ji Yuzong laughed heartily. He felt that he had picked up a treasure this time. He was not even 20 years old, but his physical body had reached the 2-star Tao body. His control of fire had reached the point of perfection. Even his soul was a red-grade soul. Perfect, it was just too perfect. Looking at Fang Chen, Ji Yuzong's eyes shone with golden light. He was pleasantly surprised. "Master, did I pass the test?" Fang Chen looked at Ji Yuzong and asked. At this moment, Ji Yuzong really wanted to give Fang Chen a slap. Showing off. This was blatant showing off. His talent was obviously outstanding, but he pretended that he didn't know anything. "Initially, I thought that it would take some time for you to become a true weapon refiner. But now, it seems like I'll be able to make you a true weapon refiner in at most a month." Ji Yuzong grinned. In the following time, Fang Chen followed Ji Yuzong to learn how to refine weapons. As Fang Chen had already firmly memorized the knowledge in the introductory books, Ji Yuzong asked Fang Chen to watch him refine weapons. In Ji Yuzong's weapon refining room, Fang Chen stood quietly to the side. Ji Yuzong appeared on the refining table and started to refine weapons. "Fang Chen, look carefully," Ji Yuzong said softly. In front of Ji Yuzong was a refining table. On the table was a piece of black iron that Ji Yuzong had prepared beforehand. Beside the black iron was some water that Fang Chen didn't recognize. Just as Ji Yuzong was about to start, a thick flame suddenly appeared on his palm. The moment the flame appeared, Ji Yuzong's hands pressed against the black iron. Hiss 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 hiss, the flame was extremely hot. In the blink of an eye, a hissing sound could be heard coming from the black iron. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Ji Yuzong was indeed a weapon refiner grandmaster. Just this flame alone was extremely powerful. Even if his fire concept had reached the second minor realm, he probably wouldn't be able to create such a flame. The path of weapon refining started with weapon refiner apprentices. Weapon refiner apprentices were unable to condense the spiritual energy in their bodies into flames. Hence, they could only use ordinary flames from the natural world. As for Ji Yuzong, an expert like him could condense spiritual energy flames as he wished. At this moment, Ji Yuzong was using spiritual energy flames. Spiritual energy flames were many times stronger than ordinary flames. Under the refining of Ji Yuzong's powerful flames, Fang Chen soon discovered that the black iron on the refining table had begun to melt. When the black iron completely melted into molten iron, Ji Yuzong's other hand suddenly picked up a bottle of water on the refining table and poured it into the black iron. Hiss 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 hiss, when the water entered the black iron, Ji Yuzong quickly used the scorching flame to refine the black iron. Rumble rumble, after the black iron and the water successfully fused together, the flame on Ji Yuzong's palm began to increase. Under the scorching flame, the liquefied water began to solidify. Time passed bit by bit, and the black iron gradually solidified. When the black iron solidified into a wrinkled shape, Fang Chen discovered that the weapon that Ji Yuzong was refining was actually a long saber. What a mystical refining technique! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. A piece of ordinary black iron was refined into a long saber in just a short while. Buzz! A peculiar sound came from the wrinkled saber. At this moment, Ji Yuzong waved his palm, and the flame on his palm instantly disappeared. Immediately after, Ji Yuzong's powerful soul instantly erupted and enveloped the wrinkled saber. This is spiritual cultivation, Fang Chen said in his heart. However, what shocked Fang Chen even more was Ji Yuzong's soul. Surrounding the wrinkled saber, there was a yellow ball of air. Yellow represented the strength of Ji Yuzong's soul. It had reached the terrifying yellow grade. What a powerful soul! Fang Chen exclaimed. After a short while, Ji Yuzong's soul withdrew, and a brand new saber appeared in front of Fang Chen. Take a look. Ji Yuzong handed the saber to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the saber, he carefully examined it. He felt that this saber was extremely heavy, and there were some complicated patterns on the blade. At the bottom of those patterns, there was a small ancient character. This represented that this saber came from Ji Yuzong. How do you feel? Asked Ji Yuzong. I feel quite deeply. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of his feelings. Next, Ji Yuzong explained to Fang Chen some things that he needed to pay attention to when refining. After that, Ji Yuzong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he actually opened his mouth to ask Fang Chen to try refining a weapon. The lowest level of a refiner was a refiner's apprentice, then a refiner's master, a refiner's grandmaster, and a refiner's grandmaster. Of course, to be called a refiner's apprentice meant that you had already crossed the threshold. At the very least, you could refine ordinary weapons. In truth, there was still a minor realm before the refiner's apprentice realm. That was the threshold realm. Although Fang Chen was now a disciple of Ji Yuzong's sect, he still hadn't crossed the threshold on the path of refining. Try to refine a weapon. Ji Yuzong grinned. Fang Chen nodded and walked over to the refining table. At this time, Ji Yuzong had already placed an ordinary piece of brass back on the table. That was because black iron was considered a middle-grade material among refining materials. Ji Yuzong was afraid that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to handle it, so he gave him a piece of brass. You're still unable to condense spiritual chi flames, so you'll have to use the flame below the refining table, said Ji Yuzong. Just at this time, Fang Chen asked, Master, can I use flames condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Yuzong's expression changed slightly. You can, but the consumption is extremely high. I'm afraid most people won't be able to handle it. You've comprehended the concept of fire? Ji Yuzong couldn't help asking. Fang Chen nodded. In an instant, a scorching flame appeared in Fang Chen's palm. Ji Yuzong's face was filled with shock. The second minor realm of the concept of fire. When Fang Chen had participated in the second trial, Ji Yuzong had guessed that Fang Chen had definitely comprehended the concept of fire. Otherwise, there was no way he could control the flame so well. He had thought that Fang Chen had at most just comprehended the concept of fire. But who would have thought that Fang Chen's concept of fire had actually reached the second minor realm? Ji Yuzong was delighted. This disciple of his was too monstrous. Good, good. Ji Yuzong was incomparably excited. Now that Fang Chen's concept of fire had reached the second minor realm, he didn't have to worry about controlling the flame during the refining process. First, use the flame condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon. When you can't handle it anymore, switch to an ordinary flame, said Ji Yuzong. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this disciple of his. Fang Chen nodded. Controlling the flame, he began to refine the brass. The brass was over a meter long. Fang Chen's refining process was relatively slow. Hiss. After a quarter hour, a hissing sound came from the brass. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the brass was beginning to melt. Ji Yuzong's brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at Fang Chen, he was filled with doubt. According to reason, after a quarter hour, Fang Chen shouldn't be able to handle it anymore. But why was Fang Chen still holding on? There wasn't the slightest pain on his face. Strange. Ji Yuzong shook his head slightly. He was also a bit unable to understand this disciple of his. In truth, Fang Chen had long since reached his limit. But each time he couldn't handle it, his golden heart would begin to rapidly beat. Clear streams of energy would appear, and those streams would spread throughout Fang Chen's body. He immediately felt much more relaxed. Just like that, Fang Chen continued to control the flame condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon. After an hour, the brass was finally completely refined. At this time, Fang Chen was still holding on. That scene caused Ji Yuzong to sigh endlessly. Just what kind of monster is he? Ji Yuzong wondered inside. Even Ji Yuzong, who had lived for over 100 years, had never seen such a monstrous genius. At this time, Ji Yuzong made a decision. Chapter 270. Once the brass was completely refined, Fang Chen placed the materials he had prepared beforehand into the brass water, allowing them to completely melt with the water. After doing all this, Fang Chen followed Ji Yuzong's method and increased the intensity of the flames, beginning to condense the shape of the weapon. Condensing the shape of a weapon was a technical job. However, after seeing Ji Yuzong's refining method, Fang Chen also tried to refine it himself. For those long-established blacksmiths, condensing the shape of a weapon was an extremely easy task. In their hearts, as long as they wanted to condense a weapon, they could use their flames to do so. Fang Chen was constantly muttering in his heart that he wanted to refine a long sword. As time passed, the liquefied brass began to solidify under the heat of the flames, revealing the shape of the weapon bit by bit. He can actually condense the shape of a weapon. Ji Yuzong was even more shocked when he saw this scene. People who had never learned how to refine weapons before had only read some introductory blacksmithing books and listened to his explanation, yet they were able to condense the shape of a weapon. What a monster! Ji Yuzong's heart was in turmoil. He realized that Fang Chen couldn't be judged using common sense. After a quarter of an hour, a long sword lay quietly on the refining table. This long sword's shape was emitting a weak aura. At this time, it was time to start cultivating the spirit. Fang Chen activated his red soul and began cultivating the spirit. However, cultivating the spirit didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. Halfway through cultivating the spirit, there was a bang and the long sword broke into two. Fang Chen's soul also instantly returned to his mind. How did it break? Fang Chen looked at the broken long sword in confusion. Ji Yuzong, who was originally shocked, finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Fang Chen had failed to cultivate the spirit. It's finally normal. This was Fang Chen's first time refining a weapon. Not only was he able to perfectly control the flame, but he was also able to condense the shape of a weapon. This was already considered a monstrous genius. If he had succeeded in cultivating the spirit, then it would have been abnormal. The good thing was that Fang Chen had failed in spirit cultivation, and the shock of the ancient sect had receded a lot. Master, why did I fail? Fang Chen was still immersed in refining. He raised his head and asked Ji Yuzong. Ji Yuzong coughed dryly and said, Fang Chen, your talent in refining is the strongest I've ever seen. The reason why you failed to cultivate your spirit is because this is your first time in refining. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Upon hearing Ji Yuzong's words, Fang Chen nodded. In this way, Fang Chen spent the next 2 days refining weapons like crazy. 2 days later, Fang Chen finally succeeded in refining his first weapon. Holding the long sword in his hand, his face was full of excitement. This is the first weapon I've ever forged, Fang Chen said excitedly. Refining this long sword also meant that Fang Chen had successfully become an apprentice blacksmith from an uninitiated blacksmith. It won't be long before I become an apprentice blacksmith, said Fang Chen confidently. Today was the day that Ji Yuzong and the Western region's major powers had agreed to meet. Early in the morning, the mountain peaks in the depths of Shiyun City were filled with people. Countless martial artists had come early in the morning just to see who Ji Yuzong's disciple was. When it was close to noon, Ji Yuzong finally came out of his residence. Following behind him was Fang Chen. Look, Grandmaster Ji Yu has come out. Yeah, there's also that little brother behind Grandmaster Ji Yu. How come Grandmaster Gu's disciple hasn't come? The moment they saw Ji-Yu's sect appear, many ancient martial art practitioners cried out excitedly. Ji-Yu Zong stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at the crowd. Then he waved his hand for everyone to quiet down. In an instant, the noisy mountain peak quieted down. "Everyone, this old man said 3 days ago that I will announce my disciple today," said Ji-Yu Zong slowly. His words had the majesty of a grandmaster. "In my life, I will only accept one disciple. He is not only my inner disciple, but also my only disciple," continued Ji-Yu Zong. Hearing Ji-Yu Zong's words, countless martial artists were envious of Ji-Yu Zong's disciple. However, Ji-Yu Zong's next words made the faces of many disciples filled with anger. Their roars were endless. "He, Fang Chen, is my only inner disciple." Ji-Yu Zong turned around and pointed at Fang Chen. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. When they heard Ji-Yu Zong's words, their faces were filled with shock. How is it possible? How can he be Grandmaster Gu's disciple? Damn it, his Grandmaster Gu's disciple. How dare he cheat us of our wealth? This son of a B***tch, how dare he cheat us of our things? Countless martialists shouted one after another. They knew that they had been deceived by Fang Chen and wanted to challenge him one after another. At this moment, they could not care less about Ji-Yu Zong. "Kid, I want to challenge you. Kid, how dare you cheat all of us? You're courting death. Not only did you cheat us, you even cheated us of so many things." Hearing the angry roars of the martial artists, Ji-Yu Zong's face revealed a strange smile. It seemed like he did not want to get involved in this matter. His intention was to let Fang Chen settle it himself. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He took a step forward and said, "You can't say that. Back then, you were the ones who willingly gave me your things. How can you call it cheating? You be ****, you are the one who cheated us of our things. Why are you still quibbling? I really don't understand how someone like you could become Grandmaster Gu's disciple," shouted a martial artist. In an instant, a martial artist stood at the top of the mountain and looked at Fang Chen. He exuded a fierce aura. He was the spirit monkey. "Kid, you clearly know that you are Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Why did you cheat us?" questioned the spirit monkey. "Didn't I tell you back then that you would know in 3 days? I didn't say that it wasn't me. Moreover, you treated me as a servant the first time," Fang Chen said helplessly. When the spirit monkey heard this, he was even more furious. He felt that he had been cheated. "Grandmaster Ji-Yu." The spirit monkey looked at Grandmaster Ji-Yu and asked for his opinion. "This is between you and my disciple. As an elder, I won't interfere," Grandmaster Ji-Yu said with a smile. What he meant was that if you challenged my disciple, I won't interfere. Go ahead and challenge him. When Fang Chen heard this, his face turned black. How could there be such a master? "All right, since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony." When the spirit monkey heard this, his face turned cold. Immediately, he activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fang Chen directly. Bang bang bang. The spirit monkey was a warrior at the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't high in the western region, it wasn't low either. At this moment, the spirit monkey was defeated by Fang Chen's lightning-fast attacks the moment he attacked. At the moment when the spirit monkey was sent flying, the entire mountain peak was silent. Countless martial artists looked at this scene in shock. "This kid is so strong," someone exclaimed. After the spirit monkey was defeated, there were naturally other warriors who jumped out. They wanted to challenge Fang Chen and let him know that they weren't easy to bully. However, under Fang Chen's powerful attacks, there were warriors who were defeated in an instant. "Oh my god, how strong is this kid? Could it be that his strength is on par with the top 3 warriors? Impossible, his strength is at most at the late stage of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. There is still a huge gap between him and the top 5 warriors. Let me have a go at you." At this moment, a rough voice came into everyone's ears. Then, a fat man with big ears appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Chen Jin, it's actually Chen Jin. Even he can't help but want to fight." A warrior saw Chen Jin and exclaimed. Chen Jin was at the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. In the younger generation of the Western region, his strength was only second to the top 3 warriors. With Chen Jin fighting, this kid will lose for sure. That's right, Chen Jin is too strong. Unless the top 3 warriors fight, no one is a match for Chen Jin. I want to see how this kid will block Chen Jin's attacks. When Chen Jin appeared, all the warriors thought that Chen Jin would win for sure. Only Fang Chen didn't care about Chen Jin at all. At this moment, on top of the mountain, Ji Yuzong's eyes flashed with surprise. This kid is not only talented in forging weapons, but also in martial arts. Ji Yuzong was a master blacksmith after all. After watching Fang Chen's fight, he could tell that Fang Chen's true strength was only at the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm. But his true strength was probably on par with the top 3 warriors of the Western region. What a perverted fellow. Ji Yuzong grinned. Even when he was young, he didn't have such a monstrous talent like Fang Chen. You are not my match, Fang Chen said. Since Ji Yuzong allowed everyone to challenge him, Fang Chen understood that Ji Yuzong wanted to see his true strength. Secondly, Ji Yuzong wanted to intimidate the other warriors. Kid, although you are Master Ji Yuzong's disciple, you are only at the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm. I, Chen Jin, don't care about you. Chen Jin's face was full of mockery as he said. If Fang Chen wasn't Ji Yuzong's disciple, he would have already been killed by Chen Jin if he dared to say such words. At this moment, on the mountainside, countless warriors who were deceived by Fang Chen wanted to find Fang Chen for revenge. But they were not as strong as Fang Chen, so they could only place their hopes on Chen Jin. Many people have said that they want to kill me, but in the end, I killed them all. Fang Chen said calmly. Unfortunately, I am not them. You are destined to lose when you meet me, Chen Jin said eerily. Just at this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen's low-rank spirit weapon, Hidden Dragon Sword, was suddenly pulled out as he executed the 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. Crash! A majestic sword qi directly condensed into a sword light of water and fire, which then pierced towards Chen Jin. Bang Chen Jin didn't have any strength to defend himself and was directly hit to the ground by the fire and water sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen put away his Hidden Dragon Sword. His body appeared in front of Chen Jin and stepped on his chest. You are destined to lose when you meet me. Chapter 271. Emitting a wild aura, Fang Chen stepped on Chen Jin's chest and repeated what Chen Jin had just said. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were seeing an illusion. It was as if they were seeing 3 peak experts fighting. He defeated Chen Jin in one move. How is this possible? Could his strength really be comparable to the 3 peak experts? To be able to become an ancient sect's disciple, he definitely isn't simple. That's right, there seems to be a problem with his character. At this moment, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of Chen Jin's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. I couldn't block it at all. Only Chen Jin himself knew just how strong Fang Chen's power was. Even when facing the 3 peak experts, Chen Jin didn't feel that kind of shock. So when Fang Chen stepped on his chest, Chen Jin decisively gave up on counterattacking. What kind of joke was this? Such a peerless expert could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. How could he resist? You're very strong. Chen Jin looked at Fang Chen for a long time before saying this. Fang Chen released Chen Jin. The latter cupped his hands and quickly disappeared from the mountain peak. Chen Jin knew that Fang Chen had already held back. Otherwise, he would have already died on the mountain peak. After Chen Jin left, many cultivators were shocked and didn't dare say anything. At the same time that Fang Chen had intimidated all the cultivators, there were also some who had already contacted the 3 peak experts. That was because the 3 peak experts were also paying attention. Not long after, the 3 peak experts appeared at the foot of the mountain, causing an uproar. The 3 peak experts of the younger generation of the 3 sects were the peak experts of the Western region. They were Wenyu, Sichu Po, and Qin Zhan. After the 3 of them met, they quickly ascended the mountain peak. Grandmaster Ji Yu, why would you rather accept a person with a questionable character as a disciple than choose one of the 3 of us? Wenyu was the first to speak. His words were filled with dissatisfaction towards Fang Chen. Originally, Wenyu had thought that Ji Yuzong's disciple would definitely be one of the three of them. And of the three of them, Wenyu, as the leader of the three peak experts, had thought that he had the highest chance. But when Wenyu learned that Ji Yuzong had accepted a nobody, he was extremely furious. Today, Wenyu came to the mountain peak. He wanted to ask why Ji Yuzong had accepted this person with a questionable character as a disciple. In Wenyu's eyes, Fang Chen was incomparable to him in every aspect. I don't think that he has a questionable character. You used your title as Grandmaster Ji Yu to swindle the wealth of so many martial artists. Isn't that a problem with your character? The one who spoke was Sichu Po. His expression was gloomy as he coldly spoke. The three peak experts had joined hands. They didn't approve of Fang Chen. Grandmaster Ji Yu didn't say anything. He glanced at Fang Chen. At this moment, the latter also took a step forward. His eyes flickered as he coldly said, "Whether or not I have a questionable character is not up to you to decide. Didn't I just snatch away the position that originally belonged to you? If you want to fight, then fight." Fang Chen looked down on hypocrites the most. And Wenyu and the other two were undoubtedly hypocrites. Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The one who spoke was Qin Zhan. He was the weakest of the three peak experts. As he spoke, he was about to attack. But he was stopped by Wenyu. Grandmaster Ji Yu is a highly respected master refiner of the Western region. He is revered by tens of thousands of people. So his disciple must obtain the approval of everyone. He doesn't represent himself, but the entire Western region. Wenyu slowly said. And then? Fang Chen icily asked. This Wenyu was laughable. He actually wanted to use moral binding. Grandmaster Gu's disciple must be someone with ability. Do you dare make a bet with us? Asked Wenyu. Bet on what? Continued Fang Chen. Ji Yuzong hadn't said anything. He trusted that Fang Chen would be able to handle this. Through the battle just now, he had realized that Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to the three peak experts. The reason Ji Yuzong had announced Fang Chen's identity in front of everyone was to give Fang Chen a bit of pressure. He wanted to make Fang Chen work harder on his cultivation. Of course, there was another reason. He wanted to prove to those old bastards that his Ji Yuzong's insight was extremely unique. If you lose, then please leave. You don't have the qualifications to become Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Wenyu smiled. And if you lose? Asked Fang Chen. We won't lose. What if? Asked Fang Chen. If the three of us lose, then we'll unconditionally agree to anything you ask of us. Does that include being my servant? Asked Fang Chen coldly. Hearing this, the expressions of Wenyu and the other two changed slightly. They glanced at each other, and then sneered, Kid, don't be complacent too early. We agree to your conditions. I hope you can keep your promise. Fang Chen turned to look at Ji Yuzong, indicating that he shouldn't interfere in this matter. Turning back, he asked, Who's first? Fang Chen's words were filled with a sense of heroism that shook people's hearts. Let me, Qin Zhan, test you. As soon as Qin Zhan finished speaking, he stood in front of Fang Chen and a long saber appeared in his hand. I'll defeat you in 3 breaths. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely arrogant. He wanted to use this kind of arrogance to crush Qin Zhan. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the countless cultivators on the mountain went into an uproar. Fang Chen's words were too arrogant. Even the 3 peak experts frowned. I want to see just how you'll defeat me in 3 breaths. Qin Zhan roared. The saber in his hand slashed out, and a strange trajectory appeared in the sky. Despairing saber. This was a peerless saber technique that Qin Zhan had inadvertently obtained in some ancient ruins. Relying on this saber technique, Qin Zhan was able to enter the ranks of the 3 peak experts. But this time, Qin Zhan directly used the despairing saber. He wanted to let Fang Chen know the difference between them. 1 breath. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. In the sky, the fire and water sword technique was executed. At this moment, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Boom. After the fire and water sword art clashed with Qin Zhan's despairing saber, it suddenly exploded. Fang Chen's toes tapped, and his figure flashed. At the same time, Qin Zhen's figure also flashed. He wanted to capture Fang Chen's figure and use the despairing saber to defeat Fang Chen. 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. At this moment, Fang Chen was still accumulating power, and did not make a move. Qin Zhen continuously used the despairing saber, and the momentum was great. 5 breaths. Just when Fang Chen said the 2 words, a bright light suddenly burst out from his body. Then, a majestic fire and water sword light directly slashed on the despairing saber. Crack! The despairing saber was instantly shattered. Qin Zhen's body was directly sent flying. The wild aura wreaked havoc on the mountain peak. Bang! Qin Zhen's body fell on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, even the other 2 top experts revealed a trace of astonishment on their faces. Someone as strong as Qin Zhen couldn't even last for 5 breaths of time. Just how strong was this brat? I lost. Qin Zhen slowly stood up. Looking at Fang Chen's soaring aura, he put away his long saber and said bitterly. One of the top 3 experts, Qin Zhen, was defeated by an ancient sect disciple in 5 breaths. This scene caused an uproar among the martial artists. Even the 3 sect, who were watching this scene from the foot of the mountain, were shocked. This kid is not simple. The leaders of the 3 sect came to this conclusion. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura was like a rainbow. His whole body was shrouded in a wild aura. He stood quietly on the mountain peak, his eyes disdainful as he looked down. Next, Fang Chen said in a loud voice. In an instant, the aura around Fang Chen's body shot up into the clouds. At this moment, Fang Chen had revealed his sharpest side. He was extremely domineering. Chapter 272. Fang Chen knew that if he didn't display his strength today, they wouldn't be convinced and would think that he wasn't qualified to be a disciple of an ancient sect. Therefore, after hearing the words of the 3 top experts, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to display his strongest attack. Next, Fang Chen's words were filled with confidence, and his voice was deafening. Just as Fang Chen said those words, there was a buzzing sound in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately after, sword qi surrounded Fang Chen's body. Crash! The chants of the water-fire sword technique flashed in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense sword qi. These sword qi directly wrapped around Fang Chen. In Fang Chen's hand, the hidden dragon sword emitted a sword hum. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. 2 terrifying golden rays shot out from his eyes, and his face was filled with an excited smile. Water-fire sword technique, level 4. After being stuck at the 3rd level for so long, Fang Chen didn't expect that he would break through at this critical moment. This made him even happier. After the water-fire sword technique broke through to the 4th level, Fang Chen's aura became even stronger. His deep eyes looked at Sichu Po, who was about to make a move, and said coldly, "All of you, attack together." Fang Chen's words were like a thunderclap, and entered the ears of the crowd. It caused a huge wave, and countless warriors were shocked. Fang Chen actually wanted to challenge Sichu Po and Wenyu at the same time. How crazy was that? All the warriors looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. They didn't understand where Fang Chen's confidence came from. "Are you sure you want to challenge both of us at the same time?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Sichu Po's figure paused for a moment. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chen, and said coldly, "Among the younger generation in the entire Western region, you are the first one who dares to challenge me and Sichu Po at the same time." Wenyu calmly said. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "I only hope that you can keep your promise." Fang Chen's words couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to challenge Sichu Po and Wenyu together. This scene caused countless warriors to be shocked. Defeat Qin Zhen within 5 breaths. Your strength is sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. If it's a one-on-one fight, we might not be your opponent. However, if the 2 of us join forces, you will have no chance at all. Sichu Po coldly said. Soon after, Sichu Po and Wenyu glanced at each other before nodding their heads. With a flash of their bodies, they instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Situ Po and Wenyu joined forces to fight against Fang Chen. Countless cultivators at the waist of the mountain were astounded. This was their first time seeing Situ Po and Wenyu working together. They were extremely excited. As for the 3 sect leaders at the foot of the mountain, their eyes were filled with astonishment. This kid's potential is too strong. No wonder he could become Ji Yuzong's disciple. Not bad. To be able to become Master Gu's disciple, he shouldn't be too bad. This kind of person, if he is given some time, he will definitely grow. We can't be his enemy. While the 3 sect leaders were discussing, the atmosphere at the top of the mountain instantly froze. Situ Po and Wenyu's bodies suddenly emitted a wild aura, confronting the aura emitted from Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Ji Yuzong, who was standing outside the mansion, had a face full of smiles. He didn't expect his disciple to be so strong. Although Fang Chen was challenging Wenyu and Situ Po at the same time, Ji Yuzong wasn't worried at all. Fang Chen, you're a cultivator worthy of respect. I'll give it my all in this battle. Wenyu said. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fang Chen waved his hand. The aura around his body instantly skyrocketed, and the wild aura spread out in all directions. At the same time, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. Seeing that, Wenyu and Situ Po also unleashed their strongest attacks. Wenyu let out a low growl, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He waved his wrist, and the long spear emitted a terrifying aura. Following this, the long spear drew a strange arc in the sky. Everyone knew that the long spear was Wenyu's personal weapon. Among the younger generation of the Western region, other than Qin Zhan and Situ Po, no one could force him to take out his long spear. At this moment, Wenyu took out his long spear and executed his strongest spear art. This also meant that he was going to use his strongest stance to welcome Fang Chen's attack. The instant Wenyu attacked, Situ Po also unleashed a fierce attack. Situ Po's attack was mainly a fist art. His fist art was able to shatter the earth. Situ Po suddenly threw out a punch. Within the pitch-black fist radiance, there was a faint terrifying aura. This fist radiance followed closely behind the spear radiance and blasted towards Fang Chen. This was their strongest attack. The two of them were confident that even the older generation of Qi-Hai warriors at the 5th level of the Qi-Hai realm wouldn't dare to face them head-on. However, their opponent was Fang Chen. Fang Chen had just broken through to the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. Fire and Water Sword Art, 4th level. Fang Chen let out a low growl, and instantly executed the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. Suddenly, a wild sword intent rushed into the hidden dragon sword. A low-rank spiritual weapon combined with the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art, the power was unimaginable. The 3rd level of the Fire and Water Sword Art was already very strong, but the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art was countless times stronger than the 3rd level. Rumble, in the sky, a sword of fire and water suddenly appeared. The moment this sword of fire and water appeared, the entire sky was lit up by the sword of fire and water. Immediately after, the other 3 sword of fire and water appeared. These 4 sword of fire and water, under the control of Fang Chen, merged together and formed a majestic sword of light, attacking the 2 of them. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword of fire and water collided with the spear of light. Crack! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword of fire and water pierced through Wenyu's spear of light and pierced into Situ Po's fist of light. Dong! The entire mountain peak trembled slightly. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. The blade of the hidden dragon sword instantly pierced into the broken spear of light and fist of light. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the spear of light and fist of light were completely shattered. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword of fire and water still hadn't dissipated. At this moment, countless warriors were shocked. Wenyu and Situ Po together were still not a match for Fang Chen. This was too frightening. Looking at the sword of fire and water in the sky that hadn't dissipated, Wenyu and Situ Po immediately withdrew their auras. On their faces, a bitter smile appeared. We admit defeat. The voice came from Wenyu. He knew that if they continued to fight, he and Situ Po wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Wenyu and Situ Po's hearts were filled with shock. A warrior who wasn't even 20 years old was actually this strong. Moreover, the most important thing was that this warrior's cultivation was only at the second level of the Qi High realm. At this moment, in the hearts of Wenyu and Sichu Po, they actually began to admire Fang Chen. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fang Chen shook his wrist and the sword of fire and water in the sky disappeared with a loud bang. He also put away the hidden dragon sword. Fang Chen, the bet is still valid. We will keep our words. Wenyu cupped his hands and said to Fang Chen. After that, Sichu Po also nodded to Fang Chen, and the two of them instantly left the mountain peak. Before they left, they told Fang Chen that they would visit him in the future. Fang Chen didn't stop them. He looked at the backs of the two disappearing figures and didn't say anything. Boom! The entire mountain peak was in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fang Chen with shock. Fang Chen had defeated 3 top warriors by himself. His strength had already surpassed the 3 top warriors. He had become the unparalleled king of the younger generation in the western region. Ji Yuzong grinned and laughed. Looking at his disciple, he was extremely happy. At the foot of the mountain, the leaders of the 3 sect also climbed up the mountain peak to congratulate Ji Yuzong. Fang Chen's battle had shocked the world and made the entire western region recognize him. After defeating 3 top warriors in a row, Fang Chen had become the king of the younger generation in the western region. When people talked about Fang Chen, they would talk about how he had defeated 3 top warriors in a row. Fang Chen's achievements had already become the talk of the western region. They talked about Fang Chen all the time. As for Fang Chen, after resting for a day, he continued to learn craftsmanship from Ji Yuzong. Originally, Fang Chen had told Ji Yuzong that he wanted to go to the central region. However, Ji Yuzong believed that Fang Chen's refining techniques hadn't reached the point where he could master them, so he didn't let him go. In the end, Ji Yuzong told Fang Chen that when he could become a true refining master and be able to refine ordinary weapons, he would be able to go to the central region. Over the next few days, Fang Chen continued to learn refining techniques from Ji Yuzong. Fang Chen's refining talent made Ji Yuzong blush with shame. In just a few days, Fang Chen had completely grasped the refining techniques. Fang Chen could now quickly refine ordinary weapons. According to Ji Yuzong, Fang Chen had already reached the peak of refining apprentice and was only 1 step away from becoming a refining master. This is really heaven-defying. Ji Yuzong couldn't help but sigh when he thought about Fang Chen's talent. Just like that, 7 days later, Fang Chen finally made some progress in the art of weapon refining. On this day, Fang Chen was refining a weapon. Just as he was cultivating the spirit, his red soul suddenly enveloped the weapon. He suddenly realized that his red soul had actually grown quite a bit during this period of time. It was also at this time that Fang Chen suddenly realized that he had accidentally refined an ordinary weapon. Although it was a low-grade ordinary weapon, this also proved that his refining techniques had improved greatly. Let me see. When Ji Yuzong heard the news, he immediately rushed over to see the weapon that Fang Chen had refined. After a long time, Ji Yuzong's deep eyes looked at Fang Chen and said, "Not bad. Your talent is the strongest I have ever seen. To be able to refine an ordinary weapon in such a short time is too shocking. However, there are still some flaws in the weapon you refined. Let me explain it to you." After saying that, Ji Yuzong began to explain to Fang Chen. After roughly 15 minutes of explanation, Fang Chen felt that he had already grasped the refining techniques. After that, Fang Chen continued to refine. After a series of attempts, Fang Chen could finally refine ordinary weapons as he pleased. Chapter 273. In the next few days, Fang Chen continued to familiarize himself with the refining techniques. Finally, after 3 days, Fang Chen had completely stabilized his refining techniques. At this time, Ji Yuzong had nothing to say to Fang Chen. "Master, I am going to the central region." Fang Chen looked at Ji Yuzong and said. Fang Chen knew that Ji Yuzong had helped Fang Chen, and he was very grateful. "Your talent is very strong. In a short period of time, you were able to become a refining master. I hope you will not waste your talent," Ji Yuzong said slowly. "Although you are going to the central region, you cannot forget refining." Ji Yuzong continued, The central region is not like the western region. In the central region, there are many strong warriors. You must be careful when you go. Fang Chen nodded. Only those at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm could enter the central region. One could only imagine how many strong warriors there were in the central region. Ji Yuzong took out a yellowed book from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. He said, "This is my unique refining technique. It's called the Ancient Shadow Refining Technique. Take it and study it properly." "Thank you, Master," Fang Chen said. Ji Yuzong nodded and said, "I still have things to do. Once I am done, I will go to the central region to find you. If you encounter any trouble in the central region, you can use my name. Perhaps you will be able to avoid trouble." Ji Yuzong's influence in the western region was extremely strong, but in the central region, his influence was slightly weaker. Even so, Ji Yuzong's name was like thunder to one's ears. After that, Fang Chen packed up a little and prepared to set off. At this time, 3 familiar faces came to the mansion. Qin Zhan, Sichu Po, and Wenyu smiled as they looked at Fang Chen. Wenyu was the first to speak. "Brother Fang, you don't mind if we go with you to the central region, right?" Wenyu and the other two had not been willing to go to the central region because they were fighting over Ji Yuzong's disciples. But now that Ji Yuzong's disciples had been settled, they had no more regrets. It was time for them to go to the central region. Coincidentally, they had heard that Fang Chen was also heading to the central region. Although this was a secret to ordinary warriors, it wasn't a secret to the 3 great sect. When Wenyu and the other two found out that Fang Chen was heading to the central region, they immediately rushed over. Back then, Fang Chen had defeated them. Although they had kept their promise, it was naturally impossible for them to become Fang Chen's slaves. Therefore, they changed their approach. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and nodded. After bidding farewell to the ancient sect, the 4 of them walked side by side and left the Western Cloud City. They walked on the official road leading to the central region. "Brother Fang, you're not someone from my Golden Crown Nation, right?" Wenyu suddenly asked. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fang Chen nodded and said, "No, I came to the Golden Crown Nation to look for someone." "Oh, Brother Fang, who are you looking for?" Sichu Po asked with interest. "People from the Luo family," said Fang Chen simply. The Luo family is a peak family in the Golden Crown Nation. "Wanting to enter the Luo family is extremely difficult," said Qin Zhan. Even with Fang Chen's group of 4's speed, it would take them 10 days to travel from the western region to the central region. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, the 4 of them were either resting or hurrying. However, at a certain moment, they stopped. That was because they had encountered a group from the northern region. "Aren't those the 3 peak experts of the western region?" "Haha, peak experts. They really don't know shame. The western region's people are too weak. They think they're peak experts." These people were from the northern region. They were also heading to the central region. However, the reason they had taken a detour was because there was a danger zone between the northern region and the central region. They didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Now that they had encountered the 4 from the western region, their faces were filled with ridicule. "Chen Shu, do you still hold a grudge over that battle back then?" sneered Wenyu. The leader of the northern region's group was called Chen Shu. He had known Wenyu's group before. Back then, when Chen Shu's strength was still weak, he had come from the northern region to the western region. However, it was here that he had encountered the most bitter battle of his life. At that time, Wenyu's strength was much higher than Chen Shu's. After an intense battle, Chen Shu had been defeated. After that, Chen Shu had returned to the northern region and diligently cultivated. In these years, Chen Shu had successfully stood at the peak of the northern region's younger generation. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to fight Wenyu again. He hadn't expected that he would actually encounter Wenyu on the way here. Naturally, he would ridicule him. In that battle back then, my strength was originally weak," sneered Chen Shu. "But now, I can defeat the 4 of you by myself." Chen Shu was extremely arrogant. He took a step forward, directly blocking the path of Fang Chen's group. He wanted to force Fang Chen's group to attack. I'll deal with you. Wenyu's figure flickered. He directly took out his spear and attacked Chen Shu. Bang! Bang! Although Wenyu's attack was tyrannical, when facing Chen Shu, he actually felt as if he couldn't exert any strength. In an instant, Wenyu felt as if his attack had sunk into a swamp, unable to free itself. Wenyu, is this all you've improved after all these years? Chen Shu looked at Wenyu and sneered. Instantly, he exploded with a powerful attack, directly bombarding Wenyu's body. Immediately, Wenyu's body was continuously pushed back. Chen Shu's strength completely suppressed Wenyu. Wenyu stabilized his body and looked at Chen Shu with an ugly expression. Even Wenyu had been defeated by Chen Shu. Sichu Po and Qin Zhen were even less likely to be a match for Chen Shu. The three of their faces slightly changed as they looked at Fang Chen. Mph, the so-called strongest of the Western region's younger generation is only SOSO. Chen Shu sneered. Let's go. Fang Chen slightly shook his head and said. He didn't want to fight, nor did he want to waste time. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Wenyu and the other two nodded and turned to leave. Just at this moment, Chen Shu's furious roar rang out in their ears. Did I say you could leave? Chen Shu icily asked. Fang Chen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Chen Shu with his deep eyes. I'm afraid you still don't have the qualifications to decide whether we should leave or stay. Fang Chen softly asked. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Chen Shu coldly snorted. A trace of fury appeared in Fang Chen's heart. He slowly walked closer to Chen Shu and said, I just don't want to waste time. You even lost to Wenyu. You dare provoke me? Raged Chen Shu. All of you, come at me together, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Chen Shu became even more furious. This brat was clearly humiliating him. I can defeat you by myself. Chen Shu let out a low growl and suddenly launched a fierce attack. Boom! Just at this moment, Fang Chen used the 4th level of the water flame sword art. A tyrannical swordlight directly shattered Chen Shu's attack and stabbed into his shoulder. Crack! Chen Shu's shoulder was instantly mangled and blood continuously flowed out. With a miserable cry, Chen Shu's body was sent flying and he crashed to the ground. Let's go. After doing all this, Fang Chen turned and left. The current Chen Shu couldn't be bothered with the pain in his shoulder. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Chen Shu could sense that when Fang Chen had used that move, he had felt the world become much dimmer. Brother Shu, are you all right? Only after Fang Chen and the others had disappeared did Chen Shu's subordinates run over and ask anxiously. I'm fine. Chen Shu did his best to endure the pain. Once more walking on the path, Wenyu and the others felt even more admiration for Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you're too strong. Wenyu smiled. Yeah, defeating Chen Shu in one move. Ha ha ha, that's too satisfying. Sichu Po laughed. Chen Shu was too arrogant. Brother Fang just didn't want to lower himself to his level, said Qin Zhen. Fang Chen shook his head, not saying anything. After encountering Chen Shu's group, Fang Chen's group of 4 had a very smooth journey. 5 days later, they safely arrived at the edge of the central region. Standing on the distant ground, Fang Chen looked ahead. There were countless guards guarding the ground. He couldn't help sighing. As expected of the central region, even the border was guarded by countless guards. They were afraid that people from other regions would sneak in. That's the central region? Asked Fang Chen. Yes, that's the central region. There are stone tablets at the border that test your strength. As long as we pass the test, we'll be able to enter, said Wenyu. Fang Chen's group of 4 arrived at the border of the central region. However, they were stopped by the guards. We want to enter the central region, said Wenyu. Where are you from? The guard asked coldly. We're from the west, said Sichu Po. Attack this stone tablet. Everyone only has one chance. When the white light on the tablet shines, you'll pass the test and you'll be able to enter the central region, said the guard. Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded their heads. The first one to take the test was Qin Zhen. He violently punched out, instantly smashing his fist onto the stone tablet. Buzz, the stone tablet made a sound. In the blink of an eye, a gentle light appeared on the tablet. Seeing this, Qin Zhen withdrew his fist. You pass the test. After the guard finished speaking, Wenyu and Sichu Po took the test one after another. They passed the test one after another. The last one to take the test was Fang Chen. Although he was only at the second Qi High realm, his true strength was stronger than Wenyu and the other two. Therefore, he also passed the test. Pass the test. The four of them passed the test. The guard took out 4 identity badges and said, "These are your identity badges. When you enter the central region, do not wander around. Remember not to lose your identity badges." Fang Chen's group of 4 received their identity badges and entered the central region. Central region. After being in the Golden Crown Nation for more than a year, Fang Chen had finally arrived at the core region of the central region. When he left the Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chen was 17 years old. Now, he was 18 years old. In this year, Fang Chen's strength had increased by a lot. The moment he entered the central region, Fang Chen's heart actually had a trace of desire. Chapter 274. Jinguan Country, one of the big countries in the southern mountains of Tianju. The Jinguan country was divided into 5 regions. Fang Chen had been training in the southern region, but after the trials, Fang Chen went to the western region. By chance, he became an apprentice of an ancient sect. And now, he finally got what he wanted and entered the central region. There were 9 cities in the central region, and each of them was extremely spacious. Within these 9 cities, there were 9 superforces. These superforces were not something that the top forces in the western and southern regions could compare with. Fang Chen had heard before he came that these 9 superforces were 9 2-star sects. There was a huge difference between a 1-star sect and a 2-star sect. This difference was too great. In the entire Jinguan country, there were only 9 2-star sects. The Luo family was one of them. At the border of the central region, there was a city called Zhenju City. Zhenju City was a city at the border of the central region. It gathered countless strong sword practitioners in the central region. It could be said that in the central region, if there was a place with strong sword practitioners, it would be Zhenju City. This was because Zhenju City was home to one of the 9 superforces, the Reverence Sword Sect. Everyone in the Reverence Sword Sect were sword practitioners. Moreover, the weakest disciples in the Reverence Sword Sect were at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. One could imagine how strong the Reverence Sword Sect was. When Fang Chen and the others first arrived in the central region, they came to Zhenju City. Is this Zhenju City? Fang Chen stood on the main road and looked at the huge city in the distance. He was shocked. The 9 cities in the central region were too big. Some were even bigger than some small countries. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a huge transparent sword in the sky above Zhenju City. This huge sword descended from the sky and floated in the sky above Zhenju City. It was worshipped by countless sword practitioners. At the gate of Zhenju City, there were 3 bold and powerful words. From these 3 words, Fang Chen could feel a sharp and domineering sword essence. What a strong sword essence. I wonder which almighty person wrote these 3 words, Zhenju City. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, when you said, "Brother Fang, speaking of Zhenju City, there is a history that shook the entire Jinguan country." Oh, what history? Fang Chen was a sword practitioner. When he saw the huge transparent sword in the sky above Zhenju City, the golden heart in his body actually started to beat faster. This made Fang Chen's suspicions about Zhenju City grew. A long, long time ago, the Sword State City wasn't called the Sword State City. As for what it was called, after so many years, people have long forgotten it, when you said. Sichu Po continued, it said that Zhenju City was originally larger than the other 8 cities. But one day, thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by dark clouds. That shocked countless experts in the Jinguan country. It was also at that time that they saw a huge sword descend from the sky and forcibly cut Zhenju City in 2. The Sword Continent City that you see now is only one piece of the Sword Continent City from back then. The other piece was forcefully smashed into the ground by the huge sword that fell from the sky and directly disappeared. Speaking till here, Qinzhen's face was filled with excitement. A huge sword fell from the sky and forcibly smashed the other half of the sword prefecture city into the ground, causing it to disappear. Hearing this legend, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. He could imagine just how terrifying something had happened in the sky above Zhenju City back then. And then? Asked Fang Chen curiously. After that huge sword descended from the sky, it disappeared. Countless marquises from the Jingguan country came to Zhenju City to investigate. But they couldn't find anything. Later, the Jingguan country's imperial family announced that Zhenju City would be renamed Zhenju City, said Wenyu. Furthermore, after this place was renamed Zhenju City, a transparent sword appeared in the sky. Many cultivators were shocked to find that cultivating in Zhenju City could increase their cultivation speed, said Sichu Po. Furthermore, Zhenju City was filled with sword intent. Over time, it became a holy land for sword cultivators. After hearing the legend of Zhenju City, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. A holy land for sword cultivators? Fang Chen had a vague feeling that something major must have happened back then. But with his current strength, he wasn't able to investigate it. Let's go in and take a look, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen's goal in coming to the central region was to get close to the Luo family and then find his mother. But before that, he wanted to familiarize himself with the central region. So, he started from Zhenju City. The four of them arrived at the entrance of Zhenju City, but were stopped by the guards. To enter Zhenju City, each person has to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, said the guard calmly. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to enter Zhenju City. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Wenyu took out 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones and gave them to the guard. Then, the four of them entered Zhenju City. Brother Fang, don't be surprised. For us 5th level Qi High warriors, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing, said Wenyu. Fang Chen nodded his head to show that he understood. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was a huge amount for a normal warrior. But normal warriors couldn't even enter the central region, let alone Zhenju City. As soon as he entered the Sword State City, Fang Chen discovered that there was an extremely dense sword intent coming from all directions. What a strong sword intent! Fang Chen took a deep breath and said slowly. Zhenju City was indeed a sacred place for sword practitioners. If he trained here, his training speed would be much faster. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he couldn't see the huge transparent sword in the sky. However, after entering Zhenju City, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body beat even faster. What is there in Zhenju City that attracts the golden heart? Fang Chen thought to himself. The golden heart beat faster. He couldn't help but think of the legend of Zhenju City. But that legend was too far away, and it would be difficult to fully understand it. Let's find a place to settle down first, said Wenyu. After that, Wenyu and the other three found an inn to stay in. I'll go out and ask around. After the four of them settled down, Wenyu left. Fang Chen went back to his room to rest. 2 hours later, Wenyu came back in a hurry. Did you find any news? Asked Sichu Po. Wenyu nodded and said, I found some news. Usually, cultivators from the 4 great tribes who come to the central region will join a faction. That way, they will be able to survive in the central region. Unfortunately, the Sword Reverence sect only accepts sword practitioners. Otherwise, we could all join the Sword Reverence sect, said Wenyu. Is there a branch of the Luo clan in Zhenju City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Wenyu nodded and said, there is a branch of the Luo clan in Zhenju City. However, this branch of the Luo clan is extremely powerful. In Zhenju City, they are second only to the Sword Reverence sect. Brother Fang, do you want to join the branch of the Luo clan? Asked Sichu Po. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I do have that thought. We came at the right time. At this time tomorrow, many sects in Zhenju City will be recruiting disciples. Brother Fang, you can go and try, said Wenyu. After a silent night, early in the morning of the second day, Fang Chen and the other 3 appeared on the streets of Zhenju City. In the center of Zhenju City, there was a square. This square was where all the sects were recruiting disciples. To be honest, the cultivators who were able to enter Genju City were at least at the 5th level of the Chi High Realm. Of course, the aboriginals were excluded. Therefore, all the sect's requirements for recruiting disciples were very strict. They wanted to select disciples with outstanding talent. At this moment, in the square, there were many people in charge of recruiting disciples. At every sect's recruitment area, there were many disciples lining up. Fang Chen glanced at the square. In the most conspicuous place, the Sword Reverence sect was recruiting disciples. This time, the person in charge of the Sword Reverence sect was an old man with a white beard. What was surprising was that there were many disciples lining up at the other sect's recruitment areas. Only the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment area was empty. There was not a single cultivator in sight. Could it be that the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment requirements are very high? Fang Chen was puzzled. Sichu Po and the other two chose a sect that was suitable for them and prepared to participate in the recruitment. As for Fang Chen, he wandered around the square alone. That's the Luo clan. Fang Chen saw the Luo clan's recruitment area. Fang Chen went to the Luo clan's recruitment area and started to line up. After waiting for an entire morning, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. You want to join my Luo clan? The person in charge looked at Fang Chen and asked. That's right. Fang Chen nodded his head and said. If you want to join my Luo clan, other than cultivation, you also need to know alchemy. The person in charge said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I have never come into contact with alchemy. In Genju City, the Luo clan was second only to the Sword Reverence sect. At the same time, it was also a large alchemy clan. So their disciples, other than sword cultivators, also had outstanding talent in alchemy. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the person in charge's expression changed. He immediately shook his head, directly rejecting Fang Chen. After being rejected, Fang Chen's gaze returned to the Sword Reverence sect's area. Since the Luo clan didn't want him, then he would go to the Sword Reverence sect. Once he joined the Sword Reverence sect and became a disciple, perhaps he would be able to come into contact with the Luo clan. Last night, Fang Chen had sorted out his thoughts. His goal was very simple. He would start with the Luo clan in the Sword State City. If the Luo clan branch in the Sword State City had no news of his mother, then he would go to the imperial capital's headquarters. However, after asking around, Fang Chen understood that a nobody wouldn't be able to get close to the Luo clan, let alone come into contact with the Luo clan's leader. That was why he had thought of joining the Luo clan. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to do so. Chapter 275. I want to join the Sword Reverence sect. Fang Chen arrived at the disciple recruitment area of the Sword Reverence sect and said to the white-bearded old man. However, the white-bearded old man didn't react to Fang Chen's words. He didn't even acknowledge Fang Chen, which made Fang Chen speechless. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen discovered that the white-bearded old man had actually fallen asleep. Even if no one signed up, he wouldn't be so bored as to fall asleep, right? Senior, Junior would like to join the Sword Reverence sect. This time, Fang Chen's voice was infused with a bit of spiritual qi and directly transmitted into the white-bearded old man's ears. What? The sleeping white-bearded old man suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a muffled voice. When he saw Fang Chen, he shook his head to clear his head and carefully sized up Fang Chen. You want to join the Sword Reverence sect? The white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Only sword cultivators can join the Sword Reverence sect. Are you a sword cultivator? The white-bearded old man asked. Crash. Fang Chen instantly released his sword will. The biting cold sword will surrounded his body and resonated with the sword will in the air of Sword State City. Feeling Fang Chen's sword will, the white-bearded old man nodded slightly and said, Yes, you are indeed a sword cultivator. However, just being a sword cultivator is not enough to join the Sword Reverence sect. The white-bearded old man continued, Next, I will release my sword will to pressure you. If you can withstand it for 5 breaths of time, you will pass the test. After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, a sharp sword will suddenly emerged from his body. This sword will directly surrounded Fang Chen. So strong. Fang Chen felt that this sword will was at least at the 2nd level. It might even be at the 3rd level. His bones were cracking. Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. He hurriedly released his sword will to block, but just as his sword will was released, it shattered with a loud bang. If this continues, I won't even be able to last 3 breaths. In just a breath of time, Fang Chen could no longer resist. His body was constantly trembling. Witnessing this scene, the white-bearded old man shook his head. Looks like this kid won't be able to pass the sword sect's test. Disciples who were qualified to join the sword reverence sect were rare geniuses. They had to withstand the white-bearded old man's sword intent for 5 breaths of time. As a result, the number of disciples who joined the sword reverence sect was few and far between. Fang Chen growled and pushed his 2-star Great Path physique to the extreme. His sword will was at its peak as he tried his best to hold on for a few seconds. 2 breaths had passed, but Fang Chen seemed to be unable to resist. His eyes were scarlet. He had never seen such an overbearing sword intent. Can't hold on any longer, Fang Chen thought to himself. The white-bearded old man was about to withdraw his sword intent. However, at this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating rapidly. Suddenly, an invisible aura merged with Fang Chen's sword intent. Buzz. The white-bearded old man only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Then, his mind went blank. What's going on? When the white-bearded old man came back to his senses, 5 breaths of time had passed. He withdrew his sword intent and looked at Fang Chen in shock. His heart was in turmoil. That sword intent just now was too overbearing. Even I felt my heart palpitate a little. The white-bearded old man thought to himself as he stared straight at Fang Chen. That terrifying sword intent had caused his mind to go blank. If that sword intent had wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Too terrifying. This sword intent is even more overbearing than the sect leader's sword intent. The white-bearded old man's heart was filled with shock. Trying hard to calm his heart, the white-bearded old man slowly analyzed. He was sure that the sword intent did not belong to Fang Chen. Could it be that he accidentally obtained it and hid it in his body? The white-bearded old man thought. After all, that sword intent was too overbearing. Perhaps it was left behind by a powerful sword Dao expert before they died. Fang Chen accidentally obtained it and hid it in his body. It's obvious that he can't control that sword intent. The white-bearded old man thought to himself. Thinking of this, the white-bearded old man looked at Fang Chen in a different light. If Fang Chen could completely absorb that sword intent, he would definitely become the strongest sword cultivator in the younger generation of the sword reverence sect, or even the entire Golden Crown Nation. This child is not simple. In the future, his name will definitely shake the entire Golden Crown Nation. The white-bearded old man thought highly of Fang Chen at this moment. At this moment, Fang Chen had no idea what had just happened. He only felt his mind go blank. 5 breaths of time passed. Senior, did I pass the test? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the white-bearded old man chuckled. Congratulations, you've officially become a disciple of the sword reverence sect. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. The white-bearded old man's words were heard by all the cultivators in the square. They all looked at Fang Chen in shock. Who is he? He's so young, but he actually passed the sword reverence sect's test. He's really amazing. The sword reverence sect's test is famous for being abnormal, but he actually passed. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Many cultivators in the square were discussing spiritedly. When they learned that Fang Chen had successfully joined the sword reverence sect, Sichu Po and the other 2 were shocked. After a long time, the 3 of them sighed. Fang Chen was not a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, he would leap through the dragon gate. At this moment, the most shocked and regretful person was none other than the person in charge of the Luo family. Fang Chen had originally wanted to join their Luo family's branch, but he had forcibly driven him away. To be able to join the sword reverence sect, his talent must be incomparably outstanding. It's a pity that our Luo family's branch actually missed such a genius. The person in charge of the Luo family thought to himself. After Fang Chen joined the sword reverence sect, Sichu Po and the other two came to congratulate him. The three of them had also joined other forces in the sword reverence sect. In the end, Fang Chen bid farewell to the three of them and left the square with the white-bearded old man, heading towards the Sword Continent city. Senior, Fang Chen called out on the road. Fang Chen, from now on, you're a disciple of my sword reverence sect. Call me martial uncle. The white-bearded old man said. The white-bearded old man was the current sect chief's junior brother. In the sword reverence sect, not only was his seniority high, but his strength was also very strong. The white-bearded old man's heart was filled with excitement. This time, he had picked up a treasure. He didn't expect to meet a genius like Fang Chen by chance. The white-bearded old man naturally wouldn't tell anyone about Fang Chen's secret. He would keep it a secret for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'll now explain the rules of the sword reverence sect to you. The white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen nodded, quietly listening. The sword reverence sect is located in the depths of the Sword Continent city on a mountain peak that pierces the clouds. It's called the Reverence Sword Peak. The sword reverence sect is divided into outer and inner sect disciples. Since you've just joined the sword reverence sect, you can only become an outer sect disciple. But I believe that with your strength, it won't be long before you become an inner sect disciple. In the sword reverence sect, the strong are respected. All resources must be fought for by yourself. Only with strength can you obtain more resources. The white-bearded old man said. Martial uncle, then what level do I have to reach before I can meet the Luo family's branch leader? Fang Chen asked. His goal wasn't the sword reverence sect, but the Luo family's branch leader. The white-bearded old man didn't ask any more questions. He replied, the Sword Continent city's Luo family may only be a branch, but its strength is second only to our sword reverence sect. If you want to meet the sword reverence sect's branch leader, you have to be an inner sect disciple. Moreover, you have to be an outstanding inner sect disciple. Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, Fang Chen's brows revealed a trace of bitterness. He didn't expect that meeting the Luo family's branch leader would be so difficult. However, Fang Chen believed that no matter how difficult it was, he would be able to persevere. Under the white-bearded old man's guidance, they soon arrived at the Reverence Sword Peak and entered the Sword Reverence sect. After arriving at the outer sect, Fang Chen brought the white-bearded old man to see the outer sect's deacon. This is the disciple we've recruited this time, Fang Chen. The white-bearded old man said to the outer sect deacon. The outer sect deacon didn't say anything else. He gave Fang Chen an identity token, then gave Fang Chen a small booklet. Finally, he arranged a residence for Fang Chen. As expected of the sword reverence sect. Everywhere I went, the disciples' auras were extremely dense. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. After returning to his residence, Fang Chen began to flip through the small booklet. Inside the booklet, there was a detailed introduction of the sword reverence sect's outer sect. Within the sword reverence sect's outer sect, there are over 100 disciples. Each and every one of them is an elite. Fang Chen said as he looked at the booklet. After a long time, Fang Chen finally finished reading the contents of the booklet. Within the sword reverence sect, the most important resource wasn't spirit stones, but the refining of spirit swords. Within the sword reverence sect's outer sect, there was a spirit sword that reached the heavens. The reason why it was called a spirit sword was because it had already gained sentience. It was said that this spirit sword was a personal sword left behind by an elder of the sword reverence sect. This spirit sword was 10 meters tall and was inserted into a square in the outer sect. Around the spirit sword, there was an extremely dense sword intent. Cultivating near the spirit sword would yield twice the results with half the effort. The refining of spirit swords was the most important resource in the outer sect. Countless disciples fought for this resource with all their might. The competition for spirit swords was held once a month. The strongest outer sect disciple would spend the most time cultivating near the spirit sword, followed by the rest. The spirit sword can refine a martial artist's sword intent. Fang Chen said. Other than spirit swords, disciples of the sword reverence sect could cultivate in the sword range of Sword Continent City. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could enter the sword range. As for what exactly the sword range was, Fang Chen wasn't sure. There was no record of it in the booklet. Not long after, Fang Chen received news that this month's competition for spirit swords would be held tomorrow. Chapter 276. Sword State City, Sword Sect. Today was the day of the monthly spiritual sword competition. When Fang Chen appeared on the square, there were already many disciples present. As expected of the sword sect, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the disciples. The sword sect was one of the 9 two-star powers of the Jingguan country. Even the outer disciples of the sect were so strong. Not long after, all the disciples had arrived. Then, a black-haired old man appeared on the platform. Everyone, today is the regular monthly spiritual sword competition. Of course, before that, I would like to announce something. The black-haired old man said. In the next moment, the black-haired old man pointed at Fang Chen in the crowd and said, "Yesterday, the sword sect recruited a new disciple called Fang Chen. Because he is a new disciple, he does not have to participate in this spiritual sword competition. The new disciples were too weak, even if they competed, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Therefore, in order to allow the new disciples to quickly improve their strength, the Sword Reverence sect did not allow them to participate in the first Spirit Sword Resource competition. Instead, they were given 1 hour of free Spirit Sword Resource competition." After hearing this news, many disciples nodded. They were already used to it. Next was the Spiritual Sword competition. Although it was called a competition, it was actually a competition of strength. On the square, there was a testing stone tablet. Every warrior used all their strength and punched the tablet. According to their strength, they would be rewarded with spiritual sword resources. Fang Chen watched silently. The first to go up was the number 1 disciple of the outer sect. His name was Xia Houwu. He had reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and was very strong. Xia Houwu tightly clenched his fist, a wild aura gushing out from his body. Immediately after, his fist fiercely smashed onto the stone tablet. Instantly, a wild sound was transmitted into everyone's ears. On the stone tablet, a number appeared. Fang Chen looked and found that the number was 30. Xia Houwu, spiritual sword resources for 60 hours. The black-haired old man's words caused an uproar. Last month, Xia Houwu only got 60 hours. Who would have thought that he would get 60 hours this month? His strength had increased greatly. Next. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. When noon arrived, over 100 outer disciples had all passed the test. Fang Chen observed that even the weakest disciple could compete for 2 hours of spirit sword resources. The competition for the spiritual sword resources is over. Everyone, work hard in your cultivation. After the black-haired old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Some of the disciples were overjoyed, while others were worried. Some of the disciples looked over at Fang Chen with glittering eyes, causing Fang Chen's scalp to go numb. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the Spirit Sword Square at lightning speed and plunged into the restriction. Fang Chen was naturally aware of those greedy gazes. They wanted to snatch the resources of his spiritual swords, so he came here as fast as he could and used them directly. As soon as he entered the restriction, Fang Chen felt an extremely powerful sword essence spreading out and pressing down on him. In the center of the restriction, there was a huge spiritual sword. This spiritual sword was surrounded by an ancient aura. Is this the spiritual sword? Fang Chen looked at the spiritual sword with glittering eyes. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to absorb the majestic sword essence of the spiritual sword. Not only did the spiritual sword contain majestic sword essence, but it also contained a very pure spirit qi. Cultivating in the restriction, Fang Chen felt that his bottleneck seemed to have loosened a lot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by sword essence, and his eyes were tightly closed. At this moment, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly, wildly absorbing the majestic sword essence of the spiritual sword. After discovering this, Fang Chen's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Because of the golden heart, His body was absorbing the majestic sword essence faster and faster. In this way, Fang Chen's cultivation for 2 hours was more effective than others who cultivated for several hours. Continue to absorb. Fang Chen worked hard to activate the golden heart, wildly absorbing the majestic sword essence. After 2 hours, Fang Chen felt a roaring sound coming from within his body. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. 3rd level of the Qi High Realm? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. As expected of the spiritual sword, cultivating here for 2 hours was more effective than cultivating outside for 20 hours. When the time was up, Fang Chen came out of the spiritual sword restriction formation. Seeing Fang Chen come out, some warriors glanced at Fang Chen, and then directly entered the spiritual sword restriction formation. As soon as Fang Chen returned to the courtyard, he felt a surge of energy in his mind. He held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and performed the sword of water and fire. The sword of water and fire was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The 3rd level of the transformative realm was extremely powerful. Just as Fang Chen was performing the sword of water and fire, suddenly a roaring sound came from within his mind. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was beating rapidly. In his mind, the chants of the 4th level of the sword of water and fire appeared. The 4th level of the sword of water and fire. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that after breaking through the bottleneck, even the sword of water and fire had reached the 4th level. While Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword, and the energy around his body was instantly restrained. Wait until next month, my spiritual sword resources will definitely be abundant. Fang Chen thought to himself. The next day, Fang Chen was walking on the tree-lined road outside the sword sect. Suddenly, a warrior stood in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't frown. He didn't say anything and prepared to take a detour. However, the warrior in front of him directly blocked Fang Chen's path. At this moment, some of the warriors in the distance started to discuss. Liu Shi is bullying the newcomers again. Liu Shi is bullying the newcomers. It has already become the management of the sword sect's outer sect. Almost every new disciple will be bullied by Liu Shi. Yeah, if you don't want to be bullied by Liu Shi, you have to obediently hand over your spiritual sword resources. This kid is also courting death. He used up his spiritual sword resources on the first day. How can Liu Shi not be angry? Hearing the discussions of the surrounding disciples, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately looked up at the person in front of him and asked, "Is there a problem? Kid, you just entered the sword sect. Don't you know the rules?" Liu Shi said coldly. "What rules?" Fang Chen asked. A newcomer who enters the sword sect naturally has to show filial piety to the elders. You received 2 hours of spiritual sword resources, but not only did you not show filial piety to the elders, you actually used it up yourself. What do I get for showing filial piety to you? Fang Chen retorted. Liu Shi sneered and said, "This is the sword sect, not the secular world. Put away your arrogance." In the past, there were also new disciples who spoke to me like this, but in the end, they were beaten into a pig's head. Every month, they would give me 2 hours of spiritual sword resources. Fang Chen smiled and prepared to leave. Liu Ji extended his hand to stop Fang Chen. "Kid, seeing that you've just entered the sword reverence sect, I won't bicker with you this month. But for next month's spiritual sword resources, you have to give me 2 hours. Fang Chen directly ignored Liu Shi and turned to leave. Liu Shi looked at Fang Chen's departing figure, and a trace of invisibility appeared on his face. In the outer sect of the sword sect, other than being threatened by Liu Shi, Fang Chen hadn't interacted with any other disciples. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. At one point, Fang Chen had a conflict with an outer sect disciple. The reason was that the outer sect disciple was cultivating in the martial arts practice field. When Fang Chen passed by, he disturbed the outer sect disciple, causing the outer sect disciple to be furious. But anyone could see that this disciple had a good relationship with Liu Shi. His actions must have been ordered by Liu Shi. The reason for this was to let Fang Chen know that offending him, Liu Shi, would not end well. Kid, you disturbed my cultivation. Bian Yu said coldly. This is the path of the sword sect. Why can't I pass by here? You knew this was a path, but you chose to cultivate here. Who can you blame? Fang Chen said coldly. Bian Yu's cultivation was only at the mid-5th level of the Qi High Realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Bian Yu had entered the sect earlier than Fang Chen. He wanted to use this to suppress Fang Chen. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't give him face, Bian Yu's face turned cold. He said coldly, Kid, are you looking for death? The one looking for death is you. Fang Chen said domineeringly. Good, today I will let you know that the sword sect is not a place where a newcomer like you can behave atrociously. Bian Yu let out a low growl. She clenched her fist tightly and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Seeing Bian Yu's attack, Fang Chen sneered and punched back. Bang! With a loud sound, Bian Yu's body flew out and fell to the ground. This scene was seen by many disciples in the martial arts practice field. Their faces were filled with shock. He sent Bian Yu flying with one punch. Looks like this new disciple is not to be trifled with. He sent Bian Yu flying and completely offended Liu Shi. From now on, he will have a hard time in the outer sect. What a pity for such a talented disciple. In the martial arts practice field, many disciples had different opinions. After sending Bian Yu flying, Fang Chen turned around and left. In a separate courtyard, Liu Shi sat quietly on a stone bench and drank tea. Beside him stood a battered and exhausted Bian Yu. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Liu Shi said coldly, what a waste. He can't even deal with a new disciple. Senior brother Liu Shi, that Fang Chen is a bit strange. His strength doesn't seem like a new disciple. Bian Yu explained. How long until the next spiritual sword resource? Liu Shi asked. There are less than 20 days left. Bian Yu replied. Hearing this, Liu Shi nodded. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. Chapter 277. After joining the sect, Fang Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased. His cultivation had increased from the peak of the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm to the beginning of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. Combined with the 4th level of the fire and water sword art, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against a late-stage Qi High warrior. However, Liu Ji was a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was unable to fight against him for the time being. However, Fang Chen was confident that as long as he could obtain more spiritual swords, he would be able to increase his strength even more. After defeating Bian Yu, Fang Chen continued to train, but he soon reached a bottleneck. At this time, Fang Chen accidentally found out that there was a pill shop in the sect. Inside the pill shop, there were countless pills and elixirs. As long as one had enough spiritual stones, they could be purchased. Among them, there was a type of pill that was very suitable for outer sect disciples. It was called the mind solidifying pill. The mind solidifying pill was a top-grade origin level pill. It was made by a top blacksmith in the sect and was specially made for outer sect disciples. Today, Fang Chen came to the pill shop of the outer sect. It was noon and the pill shop was empty. As soon as Fang Chen came in, a staff member walked over and asked, "What would you like to buy?" "I need the mind solidifying pill." Fang Chen had learned about the mind solidifying pill before. After a warrior swallowed the mind solidifying pill, his sword intent would become more condensed. This way, it would be beneficial for increasing one's sword cultivation. Fang Chen was originally a sword cultivator. After joining a sword sect like the sect, he tried everything to increase his strength. The mind solidifying pill is a top-grade origin level pill. It was made by Grandmaster Mu, so it is very expensive. The staff member said. The price is 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the sect didn't use middle-grade spiritual stones, but upper-grade spiritual stones. One must know that upper-grade spiritual stones contained spiritual qi that was many times stronger than middle-grade spiritual stones. Therefore, upper-grade spiritual stones were very precious while middle-grade spiritual stones were very common. Fang Chen's spatial ring now had more than 4 billion middle-grade spiritual stones, but he didn't have a single upper-grade spiritual stone. Can't I buy this with middle-grade spiritual stones? Fang Chen asked. The worker shook his head and said, You must be from one of the other 4 tribes. In our Golden Crown country, the other 4 tribes basically use mid-grade spirit stones while our central region uses upper-grade spirit stones. Where can I exchange for it? Asked Fang Chen. Full Moon Pavilion, Sword State City, the staff member said. After bidding farewell to the staff, Fang Chen prepared to leave the Sword Reverence sect for the Sword Continent City. A short while later, Fang Chen left the Sword Reverence sect, appearing on the streets of the Sword Continent City. The Sword State City was very prosperous. Fang Chen asked around and found the location of the Full Moon Pavilion. Arriving at the Full Moon Pavilion, Fang Chen directly stated his purpose. I want to use middle-grade spiritual stones to exchange for upper-grade spiritual stones. Fang Chen said. Okay. An old man said. What's the exchange rate? Fang Chen asked. Let's see the purity of your middle-grade spiritual stones. The old man said. Fang Chen shook his wrist and a spiritual stone appeared in his palm. Fang Chen then passed it to the old man. The old man took the spiritual stone and carefully observed it. After a while, the old man was done. He shook his head and said, Generally, middle-grade spiritual stones with a higher concentration of spiritual qi have a 100-to-1 exchange rate with upper-grade spiritual stones. But your middle-grade spiritual stones concentration is very low. Hey! Fang Chen was a little puzzled. How could there be such a difference between middle-grade spiritual stones? Seeing Fang Chen's puzzled expression, the old man took out a middle-grade spiritual stone and let Fang Chen feel it. Fang Chen held the middle-grade spiritual stone in his hand. Suddenly, a rich spiritual qi directly drilled into his body, making him feel comfortable all over. It's really different. Fang Chen was amazed. He didn't expect the middle-grade spiritual stone to contain such a high concentration of spiritual qi. Compared to it, his spiritual qi was simply trash. Could it be because of the middle-grade spiritual stones circulating in a small country like Shungfeng country? Fang Chen secretly thought in his heart. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. Then how do I exchange middle-grade spiritual stones for upper-grade spiritual stones? Fang Chen asked. After some understanding, Fang Chen learned that middle-grade spiritual stones had a concentration of spiritual qi. As for upper-grade spiritual stones, they were considered high-quality spiritual stones. The concentration was the same and the spiritual qi was very rich. As for Fang Chen's middle-grade spiritual stone, the old man had given him a conversion rate of 1,000-to-1. That's too low. Fang Chen slightly shook his head. Although the difference between his middle-grade spiritual stones and the old man's middle-grade spiritual stones was large, it wasn't that large. The old man was clearly cheating him. 800-to-1. I can't go any lower. The old man said. Fang Chen pretended to leave. Seeing this, the old man clenched his teeth and said, 600-to-1. This is already the best price. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, Let's exchange for 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones first. 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones, according to the conversion rate of 600-to-1, would require 6 million middle-grade spiritual stones. For Fang Chen, this was simply a drop in the ocean. When the old man handed over the 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to Fang Chen felt an incomparably rich spiritual qi hit him in the face. Worthy of being called upper-grade spiritual stones. Fang Chen thought to himself. Before the conversion, Fang Chen had more than 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones. After subtracting the middle-grade spiritual stones, he had exactly 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones left. Even if these 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones were exchanged for upper-grade spiritual stones, it was still not a small amount. However, Fang Chen didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he only exchanged for 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. After exchanging the middle-grade spiritual stones, Fang Chen left the Full Moon Pavilion and prepared to return to the Sword Reverence sect. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen suddenly stopped. He saw that there were many cultivators in front of him, and then he heard a familiar voice. At this moment, on a slightly remote street in Sword Continent City, there was a warrior. His face was filled with anger, and in front of him, there was a warrior with a mocking smile on his face. Qin Zhen, you should obediently hand over the thought-condensing pill. You're not a sword cultivator, so it's not suitable for you to take it. The cultivator sneered. HMPH, Chen Fa, stop dreaming. This is a pill I obtained. Why should I give it to you? Qin Zhen's heart was full of anger. When he had come to Sword State City with Fang Chen and the others, he had joined a sect called the Wood Spirit Sect. And this cultivator in front of him called Chen Fa was also a disciple of the Wood Spirit Sect. This time, he had come out with Chen Fa to complete a mission. During the mission, he had inadvertently obtained a thought-condensing pill, but it had been discovered by Chen Fa. Chen Fa was a sword cultivator. After being rejected by the Sword Reverence Sect, he had joined the Wood Spirit Sect. So when he saw the thought-condensing pill, his eyes lit up and he wanted to snatch it from Qin Zhen's hands. Qin Zhen refused, and the two of them quarreled. Qin Zhen, you should know that you're just a new disciple of the Wood Spirit Sect. If you dare offend me, you won't be able to take a single step in the Wood Spirit Sect in the future. Chen Fa coldly said. I won't give you the thought-condensing pill, said Qin Zhen icily. If you don't give it to me, do you think you can keep it with your strength? Chen Fa prepared to snatch it. But at this time, Fang Chen walked over step by step. As for Qin Zhen, he also instantly noticed Fang Chen. His face was filled with excitement as he directly walked in front of Fang Chen. With a flick of his wrist, he handed the thought-condensing pill to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you've come at the perfect time. I obtained a thought-condensing pill. I'll give it to you. Qin Zhen smiled slightly. Fang Chen nodded to Qin Zhen. The thought-condensing pill was extremely important to him. He didn't say anything and directly put it away. They had both come from the western region and had entered Sword State City together. Seeing Qin Zhen in trouble, he naturally had to help. As for Qin Zhen, the reason he had given the thought-condensing pill to Fang Chen was because he knew that with Fang Chen's strength, he didn't fear Chen Fa. Qin Zhen, you'd rather give the thought-condensing pill to an outer sect disciple than give it to me? Chen Fa was finally infuriated. He's my good friend. I naturally have to give it to him, said Qin Zhen. Good, very good. Kid, obediently hand over the thought-condensing pill. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave. Chen Fa turned to Fang Chen. Are all the Wood Spirit Sect's disciples like this? Asked Fang Chen calmly. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't have any fear, Chen Fa gloomily said, Kid, I am the Wood Spirit Sect's Chen Fa. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and hand over the thought-condensing pill. Otherwise, you're dead. Is that so? Asked Fang Chen. Courting death. Seeing the expression on Fang Chen's face, Chen Fa finally exploded. With a shout, a long sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword flew through the air and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen saw this and sneered. He gently extended his finger and caught Chen Fa's long sword in front of everyone's eyes. Chen Fa tried his best to swing his long sword, but he realized that after his long sword was caught by Fang Chen, it didn't move at all. Who are you? Chen Fa coldly asked. Now you know fear. Fang Chen sneered and waved his finger. In the next moment, a miserable scream was heard. Chen Fa was hit by the rebound force of his own long sword and his body flew backwards. Many of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Chen Fa's cultivation had reached the mid-5th level of the Qi High Realm. They didn't think that this warrior would be able to defeat him in one move. This, Chen Fa, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. When he saw Fang Chen's bloodthirsty eyes, he quickly stood up and staggered away. Brother Fang, thank you. Seeing Fang Chen's powerful strength, Qin Zhen also sighed. Chapter 278. Although the mind-solidifying pill was a top-grade origin-level pill, its value was definitely comparable to a low-level spirit-level pill. Especially in Sword State City, its value was even higher. Qin Zhen gave Fang Chen a mind-solidifying pill. Although he didn't need it, he could still sell it. Be careful when you go back. Be careful of Chen Fei's revenge. Fang Chen gently patted Qin Zhen's shoulder and said, I will be careful. Qin Zhen said. Before Fang Chen left, he gave Qin Zhen 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The mind-solidifying pill's medicinal effect was comparable to a low-level spirit-level pill. It was very expensive. Any spirit-level pill's price would double. In the outside world, a mind-solidifying pill was around 800 high-grade spirit stones. But in Sword State City, the price of a mind-solidifying pill was 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, for an ordinary warrior, was a huge sum of money. After all, not every warrior could have so many spirit stones like Fang Chen. When Fang Chen returned to the Sword Reverence sect, he didn't rush to exchange for medicinal pills. Instead, he chose to absorb the mind-solidifying pill to see its effect. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged with a mind-solidifying pill in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in a dense sword intent. Sword intent, sword concept. Long ago, Fang Chen's sword intent had reached the first minor realm. However, it had been stuck at the first minor realm, unable to break through. When the sword intent reached its peak, Fang Chen swallowed the mind-solidifying pill. After the mind-solidifying pill entered his body, it instantly dispersed. A majestic aura directly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Hiss hiss hiss, as the name suggested, the mind-solidifying pill condensed the sword intent in a warrior's body. When the sword intent was compressed to the extreme, it could reach the second minor realm. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were full of smiles. As expected of the mind-solidifying pill, its medicinal effect was very overbearing. He only absorbed one mind-solidifying pill, but he could feel that the sword intent in his body was obviously compressed a little. If I can absorb a large number of mind-solidifying pills, my sword intent will definitely reach the second minor realm, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen went to the pill shop to buy 9 mind-solidifying pills and swallowed them all. After swallowing all 9 mind-solidifying pills, Fang Chen felt his sword intent compress a little more. However, if he wanted to compress it to the extreme, he would need a large number of mind-solidifying pills. In the blink of an eye, the second spirit sword battle was about to begin. Fang Chen left the Sword Reverence sect, heading to the Sword State City. Once again arriving at Sword State City, Fang Chen arrived at the Full Moon Pavilion with ease. After the previous transaction, Fang Chen clearly knew the process this time. After he found the old man, he told him the reason for his visit. How many high-grade spirit stones do you need? Asked the old man. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I want to exchange 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old man's face was full of shock. He looked at Fang Chen and hurriedly asked, Are you sure you want to exchange 1 million high-grade spirit stones? The old man had been in the Full Moon Pavilion for so many years, but he had never encountered such a large transaction. At this moment, his face was full of anxiety. When he received Fang Chen's confirmation, he became excited. It had to be known that every time he exchanged, he would be able to get a commission. With such a large amount of spirit stones exchanged, the commission he would get was simply unimaginable. Young master, the amount you want to exchange is quite large. This old man can make the decision to adjust the exchange ratio to 500 to 1. The old man excitedly said. Even if it was 500 to 1, he would still make a lot of money. The other most important point was that he hoped Fang Chen would still visit their Full Moon Pavilion. Okay. Fang Chen said. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, according to the 500 to 1 ratio, would require 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. After Fang Chen paid the mid-grade spirit stones, he received 1 million high-grade spirit stones. After spending 500 million mid-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen still had 3.8 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This is also a kind of resource. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After the exchange, Fang Chen immediately returned to the sect. Then Fang Chen went to the pill shop and directly bought 100 mind-condensing pills, spending 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tomorrow is the spiritual sword resource competition. After the resources are obtained, I will use the mind-condensing pills in the spiritual sword restriction. Fang Chen said. When the next day arrived, countless martial artists all went to the square. As usual, the black-haired old man presided over the competition. This spiritual sword resource competition officially begins. One by one, the disciples came forward to take the test. After 6 hours, it was Fang Chen's turn. Seeing Fang Chen make his move, Liu Shi's face was full of disdain. Fang Chen walked to the center of the square, gathered all the strength in his body, and punched the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet shook, and a number appeared on it. When Fang Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The number on the stone tablet was 7, which meant that Fang Chen had 14 hours of spiritual sword resources this month. Seeing this, Liu Shi's eyes lit up. This kid's progress is amazing. I must suppress him. After all the disciples had taken the test, Fang Chen turned to leave. However, at this moment, Liu Shi stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen, hand over 4 hours of spiritual sword resources. Liu Shi said coldly. Fang Chen frowned. With his current strength, he could at most fight against a warrior at the late or peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. He had no chance of winning against a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. He didn't want to fight with Liu Ji. Crash. Liu Chei's powerful aura gushed out of his body in an instant and squeezed Fang Chen's surroundings. Kid, you won't have a good ending if you go against me. Liu Shi said coldly. He wanted to use his strength to force Fang Chen to hand over the spiritual sword resources. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen lightly sighed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black stone appeared in his hand. The moment the stone appeared, Liu Shi's face changed. He immediately restrained his aura and exclaimed, "This is," although Liu Shi did not know what was in Fang Chen's hand, he could feel that the black stone in Fang Chen's hand contained a majestic power. "Do you still want to steal my spiritual sword resources?" Fang Chen raised his head and asked Liu Shi. Liu Shi took a deep breath and glanced at Fang Chen before turning around to leave. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Seeing that Liu Ji had left, Fang Chen put away the black iron stone and went straight to the spirit sword square. Arriving at the spiritual sword square, Fang Chen went straight into the spiritual sword restriction array. This time, Fang Chen was more familiar with the spiritual sword restriction array. He sat cross-legged and did not want to waste any time. While he was refining his sword intent in the spiritual sword restriction array, Fang Chen was also swallowing the mind-solidifying pill. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Fang Chen had already swallowed 10 mind-solidifying pills and his sword intent had been compressed by 30%. After another 6 hours, Fang Chen had swallowed 30 mind-solidifying pills and his sword intent had been compressed by 70%. There are still 2 hours left. I must complete the compression of my sword intent, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen swallowed 20 mind-solidifying pills in one breath. Suddenly, the majestic medicinal effect directly acted on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt that the sword intent in his body was constantly being compressed. He even felt a little pain. Hiss. However, just as the medicinal effects of the 20 intent coagulation pills were about to erupt, Fang Chen's golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. Immediately after, the medicinal effects of the 20 intent coagulation pills were completely absorbed by the golden heart. Why did the sword intent stop being compressed? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Just now, he could clearly feel that the sword intent was being extremely compressed, but all of a sudden, the medicinal effect disappeared. Could it be that there aren't enough mind-solidifying pills? Fang Chen wondered. Then, he swallowed all the remaining mind-solidifying pills into his stomach. However, no matter how Fang Chen controlled the medicinal effect of the mind-solidifying pills, he was still unable to compress the sword intent. This made Fang Chen puzzled. However, when Fang Chen saw the golden heart, his face darkened. Those mind-solidifying pills were all absorbed by him. Fang Chen looked at the wriggling golden heart. The luster on the surface was obviously much brighter. Fang Chen was a little speechless. He had bought the mind-solidifying pills at a high price and was prepared to compress his sword intent in the spiritual sword restriction so that his sword intent could break through to the second minor realm. However, he did not expect that most of the mind-solidifying pills were actually absorbed by the Golden Heart. At this time, Fang Chen's time was up. He helplessly walked out of the spiritual sword restriction. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. The Golden Heart had absorbed the mind-solidifying pills, but it didn't bring him any benefits. This made him very depressed. After checking his sword intent, he found that it had been compressed to 70%. It didn't move anymore. He had wasted so many mind-solidifying pills. The resources of the spiritual sword had been used up, and the mind-solidifying pills were unable to compress the sword intent. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was at this time that the white-bearded old man found Fang Chen. Not bad, your cultivation has broken through. The moment the white-bearded old man saw Fang Chen, his eyes lit up. As expected of a sword genius. The white-bearded old man said, "Martial uncle." Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the white-bearded old man. "Fang Chen, I know about your performance in the outer sect, but you haven't reached my expectations. I came to find you to tell you something." The white-bearded old man said. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "You should know about the sword range, right?" The white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he knew a little. The sword range is on a plain west of Sword State City. Not long ago, some new disciples from the other sect of Sword State City entered the sword range to gain experience. The white-bearded old man said, "I came to find you to let you enter the sword range to gain experience." Sword range. Chapter 279. After informing Fang Chen, the white-bearded old man left on his own. Fang Chen wanted to inquire about the sword vein from the white-bearded old man, but the old man ignored him and told Fang Chen to find out for himself. After a short rest, Fang Chen left the sword sect and went to Zhenju City. On a wide plain in Zhenju City, the reason why this plain was famous was because of the existence of the sword vein. It was said that the sword vein had existed since ancient times. Until now, no one had been able to find out the ins and outs of the sword vein. However, all the warriors in Zhenju City knew that the sword vein was a very magical place. In the sword range, sword cultivators could even obtain supreme sword techniques. Once, a sword cultivator accidentally entered the sword range and obtained a supreme sword technique. Since then, the sword cultivator's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he shocked the entire Jingguan country. Although there had been countless legends about the sword range over the years, many of them were false. After Fang Chen arrived on the streets of Zhenju City, he found the right direction and directly rushed towards the sword vein. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen arrived at the plain. In the center of the plain, there was a mountain range that was hundreds of meters long. This mountain range was like a long sword, lying quietly on the plain. Around the sword vein, there was an incomparably rich sword intent. "This is the sword vein." Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the sword vein for the first time. Zhenju City was worthy of being called the holy land of sword cultivators. Just the sword vein was enough to make countless warriors blush with shame. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and immediately arrived at the edge of the sword vein. At this moment, a young warrior appeared above the sword vein. "This is the sword vein. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Quickly leave." Hearing the voice of the warrior, Fang Chen said his name. "I am a new disciple of the sword sect." "Oh, so you are a new disciple of the sword sect." The warrior nodded and then let Fang Chen enter the sword vein. As soon as Fang Chen entered the sword vein, he felt that the sword intent in his mind was strongly impacted. He felt a little dizzy. Fang Chen could clearly feel that within the sword vein, there was a sword essence that shot up to the sky. This sword essence was too overbearing. Just what is inside the sword range? Fang Chen was puzzled. As soon as he entered the sword range, Fang Chen prepared to explore the sword range. But at this moment, several martial artists appeared in the distance. When they saw Fang Chen, it was as if they were looking at their prey. "Haha, here comes another idiot." One of the warriors pointed at Fang Chen and grinned. Youngsters these days are really impatient. Just anyone dares to enter the sword range. That's right, How can random people enter the sword range? Let's go and teach him a lesson. After saying that, these cultivators came in front of Fang Chen and looked at Fang Chen gloomily. Brat, which sect's disciple are you? Sneered the leader of the group. Sword Reverence Sect, Fang Chen. So it's a new disciple of the Sword Reverence Sect. A sinister smile appeared on the leader's face. The other warriors' eyes flashed, and they prepared to attack. They were all disciples of the Wood Spirit Sect. They had already entered the sword range for some time. In the past few days, they had discovered that a large sect's new disciple had come to the sword range to train, so they had deliberately made things difficult for him. Originally, the Wood Spirit Sect's disciples had been prepared to make things difficult for Fang Chen and then leave. But when they heard Fang Chen's name, they instantly made the decision to ruthlessly teach Fang Chen a lesson. The Wood Spirit Sect's Chen Fa was their good friend. Not long ago, Chen Fa had angrily returned to his sect and told them that he had been defeated in one move by a nobody. Afterwards, in order to get revenge for Chen Fa, they had asked around and found out that the person who had defeated Chen Fa was actually the Sword Reverence Sect's Fang Chen. Brat, Chen Fa was injured by you? Another warrior asked coldly. Chen Fa is my brother. You dare to touch Chen Fa? You're courting death. Let me teach him a lesson and teach him a lesson. A burly young warrior shouted and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face slightly changed. He immediately used the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the 4th level of the fire and water sword arts. Sure, with a thrust of the sword, the burly warrior was instantly sent flying by Fang Chen. He fell to the ground, his breath weak. You're courting death. Seeing this, the other disciples of the Wood Spirit Sect attacked together, wanting to avenge the burly warrior. However, they were no match for Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground. Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. For the current Fang Chen, unless he met a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, no one would be his match. Just like this, after Fang Chen entered the sword range, he continued to advance. He found that the deeper he went into the sword range, the faster the golden heart in his body beat. What is hidden in this sword range? Fang Chen was puzzled. As he continued to advance, Fang Chen met many new disciples from other sects. When these new disciples saw Fang Chen, their eyes were filled with vigilance. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen finally stopped. He couldn't advance any further. The sword intent in front of him was too strong. He couldn't even get close. This is probably the real sword range. Fang Chen looked in front of him, his heart was filled with shock. He originally thought that he had entered the sword range, but when he arrived here, he found that the place he was at was not the real sword range. Fang Chen tried his best to lift his foot, wanting to take a step forward, but his body was not under his control. Once he touched the boundary of the sword range, he was instantly bounced back. This is the real sword range. How can I enter? Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't enter the sword range. At this moment, he remembered the strange smile in the white-bearded old man's eyes when he told him about the sword range. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, many martial artists arrived intermittently. Fang Chen looked around. These disciples were all new disciples from different sects. Among them were people he was familiar with, such as Wen Yu, Sichu Po, and the others. Brother Fang. Seeing Fang Chen, Wen Yu and the other two quickly walked over. What is going on here? Do you know? Fang Chen asked. Sichu Po and Qin Zhen exchanged a glance before looking at Wen Yu. I know a thing or two, said Wen Yu. Oh, what's going on? Fang Chen asked. Wen Yu glanced at the true sword range before her and said, when I was in the Heavenly Fire Sect, I once heard an elder mention this sword range. We're currently in the outer area of the sword range. Any cultivator can enter the outer area, but in front of us is the sword range's inner area. It's too difficult to enter the inner area. Just how can we enter the sword range's inner area? Asked Fang Chen. Other than having a denser sword intent than the outer area, there was nothing special about the outer area. What truly moved Fang Chen was the inner area. I'm also not too sure. I only heard an elder say that only those with heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao can enter the sword range's inner area, said Wen Yu. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Fang Chen sunk into contemplation. Just what kind of standard was it for someone with heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao to be able to enter the sword range's inner area? Just as they were speaking, some cultivators refused to believe it and tried to force their way into the sword range's inner area. But they all failed. Swish. After a certain martialist failed to force his way into the inner area, a ball of light suddenly shot out from the inner area. Seeing this ball of light, many cultivators cried out in alarm. It's a priceless treasure. The sword range's inner area would often shoot out inheritances or priceless treasures. This was no secret in the Sword Prefecture city. All the cultivators knew about it. When they saw this ball of light, their eyes widened and they all began to fight over it. Priceless treasure. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the ball of light. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and brandished the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Immediately, a powerful sword light appeared in front of him and blasted away several figures in front of him, clearing a path for him. Swish. At this time, the black ball of light was flying in the direction of Fang Chen. Many cultivators cried out in alarm and kept attacking. The ball of light is mine. A cultivator pushed off the ground and his body touched the ball of light. He grabbed the ball of light with a wild smile on his face. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a miserable scream. His wrist had turned bright red, and blood was flowing out from it non-stop. His palm was cut off by a sword. The hand holding the ball of light fell to the ground. The ball of light lost control and flew into the sky again. No one can snatch the ball of light from me. Countless martialists shouted one after another, all of them trying to snatch the ball of light. However, after a fierce battle, Fang Chen grabbed the black ball of light and stood on the ground. Boy, give me the ball of light. You can't protect him. A ferocious cultivator appeared directly in front of Fang Chen. He exuded a terrifying aura and said coldly, "The ball of light is an ownerless object. I got it, so it's mine." Fang Chen said calmly, "You don't know what's good for you." The ferocious cultivator said coldly. In the next moment, he exploded with tyrannical fighting strength, wanting to kill Fang Chen. In front of the ball of light, all the cultivators went crazy. No matter which sect you were from, getting the ball of light was the most important thing. Puchi Fang Chen slashed out with his sword and directly pierced the cultivator's arm. The cultivator immediately fell to the ground. After seriously injuring the cultivator in one move, a small number of cultivators were finally intimidated. Who is this boy? He seems to be very strong. I recognize him. He's the only disciple the sword sect has accepted this time. His name is Fang Chen. Chapter 280. Brat, hand over the ball of light. With your strength, you won't be able to keep it. That's right, if you don't hand over the ball of light, this will be your burial ground. Ha ha ha, a little brat wants to snatch the ball of light from the sword range? You're really looking for death. Aside from the disciples who were intimidated by Fang Chen, there were also some disciples who weren't afraid of death and thought they were stronger than Fang Chen. They were threatening Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and his eyes flashed. He held the black ball of light tightly in his hand and said coldly, "The ball of light is here. Whoever wants it, come and take it." Fang Chen's eyes were filled with malevolence when he said that. At that moment, he was filled with killing intent. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, being kind to others was the same as being cruel to yourself. In order to not be bullied by others, Fang Chen could only choose to be strong. He stood there quietly, his body emitting a wild aura. Behind him, Qin Zhen and the other two saw this and sighed. They hadn't been in Sword State City for long, but Fang Chen had already become so strong that it made them feel ashamed. "Chimph, I want to see how strong you are." At this moment, a tall and sturdy man took a step forward and shouted. He clenched his fist, surrounded by dense spirit qi, and punched out. Wherever his fist passed, the air would scatter in all directions. Catcher. Fang Chen did not move at all as he stood quietly on the ground. A cracking sound rang out in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Fang Chen didn't seem to have moved at all from the beginning and broke the tall and sturdy man's hand. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man was lying on the ground, screaming miserably. His wrist was bleeding profusely. "You're looking for death." Seeing that the tall and sturdy man was injured, a late-stage Chi-Hai warrior snorted coldly. He stepped on the ground and stabbed his long sword towards Fang Chen. He had a good relationship with the tall and sturdy man. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man's hand was broken, his heart was filled with anger. Seeing this strong man make a move, all the martial artists cried out in surprise. "It's Luo Xian. It's actually Luo Xian from the Luo family's branch. Looks like the black ball of light is Luo Xian's." That's right. It's said that when Luo Xian joined the Luo clan's branch, he successfully defeated several veteran experts of the younger generation of the Luo clan. His reputation in the Luo clan is very high. Most importantly, Luo Xian is not only powerful, but he is also an alchemist. It was Luo Xian who had attacked Fang Chen. Luo Xian had come to the central Great Land from the north. He had been the disciple of the most famous alchemy grandmaster in the north, Luo He. The reason he had come to the central Great Land was to temper himself in this mortal world. Coincidentally, Luo Xian was also a sword cultivator, so he came to Sword State City. He didn't join the sword worship sect, but the Luo clan's branch. Because he had a powerful master behind him, Luo Xian's status in the Luo clan was very high. Now that Luo Xian had made his move, no one was optimistic about Fang Chen. Petty tricks. Fang Chen kept the black ball of light into his spatial ring. Then, a low-level spiritual weapon, the hidden dragon sword, appeared in his hand and he swung it towards the sky. A majestic sword light of water and fire suddenly shot out towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian was only a warrior at the late stage of the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. If Fang Chen used his full strength, he could defeat a warrior at the peak of the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Luo Xian was nothing in front of Fang Chen. Boom! After the two sword lights collided, there was an explosion. The majestic energy directly hit Luo Xian's body, causing him to continuously retreat. Trying hard to stabilize his body, Luo Xian's eyes shot out a ray of golden light. His sword skill is too strong. If I can get this sword skill, I might be able to step into the 6th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Luo Xian's eyes showed a hint of greed as he thought to himself. In the next moment, Luo Xian used his ultimate skill, the Profound River Sword skill. Profound River Sword skill. Luo Xian shouted as he used the Profound River Sword skill. The Profound River Sword skill was very powerful. It was said that when it was cultivated to the peak, it could create countless sword lights and form a river of swords. Of course, only when the Profound River Sword skill was cultivated to the transformation realm could one form a river of swords. The current Luo Xian was still far from that stage. Swoosh! Many sword lights appeared in the sky. The sound of flowing water could be faintly heard from these sword lights. Their momentum shook the heavens. Among the newcomers in Sword State City, no one has been able to force me to use the Profound River Sword skill. You are the first. You should be proud to die under my Profound River Sword skill. Suddenly, Luo Xian bellowed. His eyes were scarlet red. Just at that moment, he waved the long sword in his hand. The boundless swordlight in the sky moved side by side and rapidly pierced towards Fang Chen. Profound River Sword skill. Seeing Luo Xian use the Profound River Sword skill, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. Immediately, he used the 5th level of the Water-Fire Sword skill. The Water-Fire Sword skill was a very special cultivation technique. Although it was only a 3rd-grade cultivation technique, the 5th level power that Fang Chen used was clearly beyond the scope of a 3rd-grade cultivation technique. Of course, this was only the 5th level. However, the 5th level was enough to deal with Luo Xian's Profound River Sword skill. If you could cultivate the Profound River Sword skill to the transformation realm, I might be a little wary. But right now, you are not qualified to make me wary, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that Luo Xian's Profound River Sword skill had not reached the complete realm, let alone the transformation realm. Swoosh! Fang Chen's water and fire swordlights collided with the Dusk River swordlight forcefully. The two opposing swordlights collided with a loud bang. Crack! To everyone's astonishment, Fang Chen's water-fire sword light crushed Luo Xian's profound river sword light. Cracking sounds could be heard incessantly. Boom! When the two sword lights in the sky exploded, Luo Xian, who had been brandishing his long sword, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly. Evidently, he had suffered a backlash from the profound river sword skill. But when Luo Xian stabilized his body, he was still spitting out blood. He had suffered a serious injury. How is this possible? At that moment, Luo Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so powerful. No, how can he be stronger than me? Just as Luo Xian was shouting, Fang Chen pushed off the ground and appeared in front of Luo Xian in an instant. The hidden dragon sword in his hand stabbed out violently. Luo Xian would definitely die under this stab. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xian shouted, "I am a disciple of the Luo family. You can't kill me." Buzz. As soon as Luo Xian said that, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword appeared in front of Luo Xian's chest. However, when Fang Chen heard the words Luo family, the hidden dragon sword suddenly stopped a centimeter away from Luo Xian's chest. A buzzing sound entered Luo Xian's ears. His heartbeat quickened. If Fang Chen had stopped just a second later, the hidden dragon sword would have pierced his heart. At the moment, Luo Xian's body was trembling a little. His forehead was full of sweat and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Fang Chen. A disciple of the Luo family. Fang Chen glanced at Luo Xian and muttered softly. Then, Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and turned to leave without even looking at Luo Xian. Many martialists shook their heads as they watched Fang Chen's departing figure. A hint of fear welled up in their hearts. Even Luo Xian wasn't a match for Fang Chen. Among the newcomers of Zhenju City, who could beat him? Few. Once Fang Chen was far away, Luo Xian's body relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Many of the surrounding disciples were secretly thinking that Fang Chen was still a bit afraid of the Luo family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly stopped when he heard Luo Xian mention the Luo family's disciple. However, they didn't know that the reason Fang Chen had stopped when he heard the Luo family's disciple was because he wanted to get in touch with the Luo family's branch in the future. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with the Luo family right now. Finding his mother was the most important thing. Everything else was fleeting. A long time after Fang Chen left, Luo Xian recovered. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He hated Fang Chen bitterly. Who was Luo Xian? He was the only disciple of the Northern Region's alchemy grandmaster, Luo He. His status was extremely noble. Among the Northern Region's younger generation, no one could match him. He had come to the Central Region with countless honors. Now that he had come to the Central Region, his head was still held high. He had just joined the Luo family's branch. Because of his master, Luo He had been heavily nurtured by the Luo family's branch. Back then, when the head of the Luo clan's branch had asked him to come to the sword range, he had warned him to be careful after entering the sword range. However, when Luo Xian learned that most of the people entering the sword range were newcomers to Sword Prefecture City, he had become extremely arrogant. He had thought that his strength was unrivaled among the newcomers. He had even thought that he was the king of newcomers in Sword Prefecture City. So after entering the sword range, he had been completely confident that the sword range's treasures would definitely belong to him. When Fang Chen had snatched the black sphere of light, Luo Xian had attacked. He had thought that he would be able to defeat his opponent and snatch the sphere of light. He hadn't expected that he would almost lose his life. To Luo, his disciple, this was a great humiliation. He wanted revenge. Fang Chen, just you wait. One day, I, Luo Xian, will definitely trample you beneath my feet, said Luo Xian. Of course, to Fang Chen, a mere Luo Xian was nothing. In terms of masters, his master, Jiyu Zong, wasn't inferior to Luo He. A blacksmith grandmaster and an alchemy grandmaster had similar statuses. Therefore, no matter how Luo Xian jumped up and down, he was still a clown. He couldn't enter Fang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen had returned to the Sword Reverence sect after bidding farewell to Qin Zhen and the other two. Chapter 281. After returning to the sword reverence sect, Fang Chen went straight to his courtyard and closed the door. He then took out the black ball of light from his interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse came out of the special interspatial ring and jumped onto Fang Chen's arm. When it saw the black ball of light, it actually wanted to bite it with its teeth. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen hurriedly stopped him. He clearly knew that the little mouse's teeth could even crush meteorites from outer space. They were extremely tough. If the little mouse crushed the black ball of light, Fang Chen would cry, "Let me see what's inside first," Fang Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse nodded and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen's eyes focused on the black ball of light. He could clearly feel that there was a restriction around the black ball of light. However, this restriction was relatively simple. Let's try using spiritual energy. Fang Chen poured the liquefied spiritual energy from his qi into his palms. He then held the black ball of light with both hands. Suddenly, a majestic amount of spiritual energy drilled into the black ball of light. Traces of light shot out from the black ball of light. Crack. In a moment, a crack appeared on the black ball of light. Seeing this crack, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Next, he increased the amount of spiritual energy. Soon, the restriction on the black ball of light was completely shattered. The black aura instantly disappeared. What appeared in Fang Chen's hand was a square seal. On the front of the seal, there was a drawing of a sharp sword. On the back of the seal, there was a drawing of a dragon's head. What is this? There were only 2 drawings on the seal. There was nothing else. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the seal was filled with biting cold sword intent. What is this thing? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. The light orbs that others obtained were either cultivation techniques or inheritances. Why did he obtain such a strange thing? After studying it for a long time, Fang Chen still could not figure out what the seal was for. In the end, just as Fang Chen was about to put the seal into his interspatial ring, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be a map? As he thought of this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He hurriedly held the seal in his hands and studied it carefully. This observation really made Fang Chen's eyes light up. Just now, he had only looked at the front and back of the seal, not the side of the seal. At this time, Fang Chen found that there was a complicated curve on the side of the seal. The position of these curves was messy and there was no pattern at all. However, when Fang Chen saw the edge of the seal, he suddenly found that the straight curve was suddenly broken. Could it be that there's more than one seal? Fang Chen thought to himself. If this seal was a map, then there was definitely more than one seal. That could be seen from the curve on the side of the seal. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. In the end, he determined that this seal should be a map of the sword range's inner area. Engraving the map on the seal and separating it means that this treasure is not ordinary. Fang Chen was excited. However, a moment later, he bitterly smiled. He had only obtained one seal. If he wanted to find the other seals, it would be too difficult. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now, said Fang Chen. This seal could be considered his harvest from this trip to the sword range. Although he hadn't obtained anything substantial for the time being, it was better than nothing. Fang Chen put away the seal and went to rest. The little mouse looked at the seal that Fang Chen had put away. Its little eyes twinkled. It was unknown what it was thinking. Over the next few days, Fang Chen went to the pill shop to exchange for 100 mind condensing pills. His sword intent had already been compressed. If he could compress it again, then his sword intent would be able to break through to the second minor realm. However, this time, Fang Chen had only exchanged for 100 mind condensing pills. Before he could swallow them, they were all eaten by the little mouse. What? When Fang Chen discovered that the little mouse had swallowed all 100 mind condensing pills, his heart was filled with shock. It didn't even let go of the mind condensing pills. Fang Chen looked helplessly at the little mouse. After interacting with the little mouse for a long time, Fang Chen discovered that the little mouse not only had hard teeth, it also had an extremely good appetite. No matter what it was, it could swallow it. It was as if it had been the reincarnation of an evil spirit in its previous life. The little mouse looked at Fang Chen with a wronged expression, chirping and gesticulating. "What did you say?" After interacting with the little mouse for a long time, Fang Chen could already understand most of the little mouse's gesticulations. At this moment, the little mouse's incessant gesticulations surprised Fang Chen. "You're saying that you want me to enter the sword range?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and asked in surprise. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the little mouse's face was full of smiles as it nodded incessantly. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would the little mouse want him to enter the sword range? Could it be because of the seal from yesterday? Fang Chen vaguely felt that the little mouse seemed to have some understanding of the sword range. He nodded at the little mouse and said, "Okay, then I'll enter the sword range again." After speaking, Fang Chen prepared to leave the sword reverence sect and head to the sword range. When Fang Chen passed by the outer court's martial arts practice field, a cultivator suddenly walked directly toward Fang Chen. The cultivator staggered left and right and directly bumped into Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to help the disciple up, the disciple suddenly attacked with lightning speed. A long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was suffused with cold light. Crash! The long sword in the cultivator's hand suddenly pierced toward Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Before the long sword could reach him, his fist landed on the disciple's body, and his body quickly retreated. Seeing that his attack did not succeed, the disciple stopped attacking and coldly looked at Fang Chen. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense aura. "I have no enmity with you, why do you want to kill me?" Fang Chen looked at the green-clothed disciple and asked coldly. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending senior brother Liu Ji." The green-clothed disciple said coldly, "I underestimated you, I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick." The reason why the green-clothed disciple attacked Fang Chen was because he was afraid of the trump card in Fang Chen's hand. Even Liu Ji, who was at the 6th level of Qi High, was afraid of it, not to mention him. Under Liu Ji's suggestion, the green-clothed disciple thought of this method. Once he severely injured Fang Chen, the latter would not be able to use the trump card, and he would be able to kill Fang Chen without any fear. After all, Fang Chen was only a new disciple. In the eyes of the older generation, he was nothing. If he was killed, then he would be killed. At most, he would be reprimanded by the elders. However, he obviously underestimated Fang Chen's ability. His attack did not succeed. "You are not worthy enough for me to use my trump card." Fang Chen was smart. From the tone of the green-clothed disciple, he could tell that something was wrong. "Fang Chen, if you didn't have that trump card, you would already be a dead man." The green-clothed disciple said coldly. "Sooner or later, I will kill Liu Ji with my own hands." Hearing the two words Liu Ji, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. This Liu Ji had humiliated him time and time again, causing him to be extremely angry. Now, because Liu Ji was afraid of his black ironstone, he actually sent another disciple to kill him. This was intolerable. "Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me fair and square?" The green-clothed disciple looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You are not worthy enough for me to fight." Fang Chen shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He did not even have the mood to fight this kind of trash. "Stop right there." The green-clothed disciple saw Fang Chen's actions and shouted angrily. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a cold light shot towards him. He tried his best to dodge, but the distance was too close. There was no way he could dodge. That cold light directly pierced his arm. "Ah!" A miserable cry rang out. The green-clothed disciple's arm was covered in blood. If he hadn't circulated his spiritual qi to protect his body at the critical moment, his arm would have definitely been crippled by Fang Chen. He endured the pain and looked up. He was shocked to see that Fang Chen had already disappeared. "Fang Chen, I will tear you to pieces." The green-clothed disciple roared furiously. When Fang Chen left the sword reverence sect and headed towards the sword range, there was suddenly a piece of news about him in the outer sect. Outer sect disciple Mo Han had gone to the elder group to apply for a life-and-death battle with Fang Chen. Of course, this was definitely instigated by Liu Ji. The elder group quickly approved Mo Han's application. At this moment, in a certain hall of the elder group, there was a green-clothed old man with an expressionless face. Beside him stood Mo Han. "Grandfather, I will tear Fang Chen to pieces." Mo Han's eyes were filled with coldness as he said, "You said that he has a small black stone on his body. This stone contains a vast amount of energy. Even Liu Ji, who is at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, is afraid of it." The green-clothed old man suddenly asked, "That's right. Senior brother Liu Ji wanted to teach him a lesson, but he took out that small stone which made senior brother Liu Ji afraid. According to senior brother Liu Ji, he felt that if that stone was crushed, even a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm would not be able to survive." Mo Han said, "At such a young age, he actually has such a precious treasure." The green-clothed old man's eyes flickered as he said. After pondering for a moment, the green-clothed old man looked at Mo Han and asked, "Are you confident?" "Don't worry. If we fight face to face, I will definitely be able to kill him. At that time, his trump card will also be mine," Mo Han said sinisterly. Mo Han was Mo Yiqing's grandson. This was not a secret in the outer sect of the Sword Reverence sect. The reason why Mo Yiqing asked Mo Han now was to ensure that nothing would happen to Mo Han. After all, Mo Han was his grandson. He could not let him take any risks. But when he found out that Mo Han was only a new disciple, he was relieved. He knew Mo Han's strength. Normal warriors were not his match. Chapter 282. Fang Chen didn't know that Mo Han would challenge him to a life-and-death battle after he left the Sword Reverence sect. He was now in front of the sword range. The outer area of the sword range could be entered at any time, but it was very difficult to enter the inner area of the sword range. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. Fang Chen arrived at the periphery of the sword range with ease. He tried to enter the inner area, but to no avail. He was unable to enter the inner area of the sword range. At this time, the little mouse suddenly jumped down from Fang Chen's shoulder and gestured to Fang Chen. Under Fang Chen's shock, the little mouse directly entered the inner area of the sword range. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He had tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to enter the sword range's inner area. Yet, the little mouse had easily entered. What kind of race is it? Fang Chen was very curious about the little mouse. After a while, the little mouse appeared from the inner area of the sword range. At this time, it was holding a spiritual grass in its mouth. Fantasy sword grass. Seeing the fantasy sword grass in the little mouse's mouth, Fang Chen's face was full of shock. "It's actually a fantasy sword grass." Fang Chen was very excited. The fantasy sword grass was a very precious spiritual grass. This spiritual grass could be refined into a very important pill called the mind-gathering pill. The mind-gathering pill was a genuine low-tier spirit-level pill. Moreover, the mind-gathering pill was the upgraded version of the mind-solidifying pill. One mind-gathering pill was equivalent to many mind-solidifying pills. If I can take a mind-gathering pill, maybe I can break through to the second minor realm, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Fang Chen tried to suppress his excitement. He looked at the little mouse and said, "Can you still go in?" No wonder the little mouse asked him to come to the sword range. It turned out that it could easily enter the inner area of the sword range. Moreover, it took out a fantasy sword grass the first time it entered. The little mouse shook its head and gestured with its little hands. "Yes. Entering the sword range's inner area consumes a lot of energy. With your current strength, you can only enter once a day," Fang Chen said as he watched the little mouse's gestures. The little mouse nodded and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The restrictions in the inner area of the sword range are very strong. "It is already very impressive that the little mouse was able to enter," Fang Chen muttered to himself. If the little mouse could enter without any restrictions, it would be too heaven-defying. However, going in once a day was not a bad idea. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face again. The little mouse handed the fantasy sword grass to Fang Chen as if to say that it was compensation for eating the mind-solidifying pill. Fang Chen put away the fantasy sword grass in a good mood. "I need to find an alchemy grandmaster to refine the mind-solidifying pill." Fang Chen thought for a moment and said slowly, Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the Sword State City. In the Sword State City, Fang Chen asked around and found out that the most powerful alchemists in the city were all in the Luo clan. No wonder the Luo clan first looks at alchemy talent. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Since all the alchemists were in the Luo clan, Fang Chen would definitely go to the Luo clan to find those alchemy grandmasters. For the current him, the attraction of the mind-solidifying pill was quite big. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the Luo clan's residence. The Luo clan's residence was located in the central west of the Sword State City. It occupied a large area and the buildings were very luxurious. A small branch of the Luo clan is already so glorious. I wonder how glorious the Luo clan's headquarters in the imperial capital is. After seeing the Luo clan's residence, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. He was too naive at that time. Now it seems that even if he became an inner disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, he might not be able to meet the current head of the Luo clan's branch. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. Before I find my mother, I'll just treat these experiences as training. Moreover, even if I find my mother now, without strength, everything is useless. Fang Chen said. To put it bluntly, strength is everything. When your strength reaches a certain level, you don't need to look for them. The head of the Luo clan's branch will personally come to see you. Strength. Fang Chen clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. Before arriving at the Luo clan's residence, Fang Chen was stopped by two guards. This is the Luo clan's residence. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. One of the guards said coldly, I'm here to request an audience with Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Fang Chen said. Chumph, you think any random person can meet Grandmaster Luo Hanshan? What a joke. There are tons of people like you every day. Hurry up and leave. The other guard sneered. Fang Chen shook his head. It seemed that wanting to see an alchemist grandmaster was still a bit difficult. Just as Fang Chen was about to turn and leave, two people suddenly walked out of the Luo clan's residence. The two of them were talking and laughing. They didn't see Fang Chen at all. Brother Xian, your strength has improved too quickly. It really makes people envious. One of the cultivators laughed. Beside him, Luo Xian was walking with a smile. Brat, you just don't work hard. Luo Xian smiled. Brother Xian, how can I compare to you? You're Luo, his only disciple. After joining the Luo clan's branch, you immediately received the Luo clan's focus. Even the Luo clan's consecrator, Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, said that if you want to learn alchemy, you can go find him at any time. Luo Xian shook his head. His eyes were filled with pride. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked in front of him. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Seeing Luo Xian's abnormality, the Luo clan's disciple hurriedly asked. Luo Xian paused for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. He walked step by step over to Fang Chen. I met an acquaintance. Luo Xian softly said. Brother Xian, the acquaintance you mentioned is him. Who is he? The disciple looked curiously at Fang Chen. Fang Chen also noticed Luo Xian. He didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Luo Xian. Fang Chen, why have you come to my Luo clan? Luo Xian looked at Fang Chen. Just at this moment, a guard walked in front of Luo Xian and whispered, Young Master Luo Xian, this person said he wanted to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, but I chased him out. I didn't expect him to be an acquaintance of yours. I was wrong. When the two guards heard Luo Xian's words, they were terrified and their bodies trembled. It's none of your business. Luo Xian waved his hand. The two guards rejoiced and quickly left. At this time, Luo Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. You want to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan? Fang Chen nodded. Correct. Luo Xian rolled his eyes and said, I can bring you to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Fang Chen was silent for a moment. In the end, he nodded. If he didn't borrow Luo Xian's hand, it would be too difficult to see Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. Luo Xian should hate him. Why would he treat him like this? Could it be that he was plotting something? After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. So what if he was plotting something? He followed Luo Xian into the Luo clan's residence. Only after entering did Fang Chen realize how big the Luo clan's residence was. It was not something he had imagined. Luo Hanshan was the strongest alchemist of the Luo clan. As a grand alchemist, the place he lived in was naturally extraordinary. After a while, Luo Xian brought Fang Chen to a beautiful place. This place was behind a mountain and facing a river. It was definitely a good place to cultivate. Even Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. This place was truly beautiful. Xianer, you've come. Just at this moment, a heavy voice rang out in Fang Chen's ears. Then Fang Chen saw a white-haired elder drinking tea in a pavilion at the center of the lotus pond. His grandmaster Luo Hanshan. When Fang Chen saw Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, his pupils constricted. He could feel a wild aura coming from the latter. Uncle Master Hanshan, I've come to see you, whispered Luo Xian. I don't usually see you come here. Why did you bring an outsider this time? Smiled Luo Hanshan. Uncle Master Hanshan, his name is Fang Chen. He is a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. In the Sword Range, he once stole a priceless treasure that belonged to me, said Luo Xian calmly. Killing intent flashed in Luo Hanshan's eyes. Although Luo Xian hadn't gone into the details, he could guess at some of the details. Why did you bring him here? Asked Luo Hanshan. He said he wanted to see you, so I naturally brought him here. Luo Xian's eyes were filled with ridicule. Luo Hanshan had lived for so many years. How could he not understand Luo Xian's meaning? He laughed heartily and looked at Fang Chen. What business do you have with me? Asked Luo Hanshan. Junior Fang Chen greets Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. The reason I've come to find Grandmaster Luo Hanshan is to ask Grandmaster Luo Hanshan to refine a mind-gathering pill for me. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. Yes, refining a will-condensing pill, asked Luo Hanshan. Correct. Junior urgently needs a will-condensing pill. How can I get Senior to help me? Asked Fang Chen. Do you have the materials to refine a will-condensing pill? Asked Luo Hanshan. Fang Chen took out the illusory sword grass. Junior has already prepared it. Let me see it, said Luo Hanshan. Fang Chen handed the illusory sword grass to Luo Hanshan. He was secretly delighted. Since Luo Hanshan had said this, it seemed he would help him refine a will-condensing pill. But he didn't know what price he would pay. As long as it didn't exceed Fang Chen's bottom line, he would agree. However, just as Fang Chen was fantasizing, Luo Hanshan put away the illusory sword grass and icily said, I'll take the illusory sword grass. Now scram from the Luo family. Luo Hanshan's voice was like thunder, rumbling through the air. Fang Chen was startled. He looked at Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan's face was filled with ridicule. Fang Chen's heart was immediately filled with endless fury. So everything Luo Xian had done was to humiliate him. Yes, it was to humiliate him. Luo Hanshan clearly hadn't agreed to help him, but he was still mocking him. It was all to humiliate him. Fang Chen was ashen. He was filled with fury, but he had no way to vent it. He viciously glared at Luo Xian. If looks could kill, Luo Xian would have already been killed countless times over. You stole Xianer's things and still dare to come find me to refine a pill? You really are courting death. Luo Hanshan sneered. To the side, Luo Xian's face was filled with ridicule. From the moment he had met Fang Chen, Luo Xian had already planned to use Luo Hanshan to humiliate Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you really are naive. You really did come with me to see Uncle Master Hanshan, ha ha ha. Luo Xian was extremely happy to see Fang Chen's humiliated appearance. Luo Xian. Fang Chen's voice was incomparably heavy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to go berserk. Still not scramming. Luo Hanshan icily said. Each of Luo Hanshan's words was like a ray of sword light stabbing into Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen was filled with endless pain. Before coming, he had inquired about Luo Hanshan's character. Luo Hanshan was an easygoing person. But he had never expected Luo Hanshan to have such a relationship with Luo Xian. As long as he could pay the price, he would be able to get Luo Hanshan to refine a pill for him. Fang Chen had only come to find Luo Hanshan because of that. At the gate, Luo Xian had said he would bring Fang Chen to see Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan had thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he had still followed. He hadn't expected to be greeted with such humiliation instead of Luo Hanshan helping him. Trash, you dare come to the Luo family's residence to make a spectacle of yourself? You really don't know what's good for you. Luo Xian constantly insulted Fang Chen. Fang Chen clenched his fists, doing his best to suppress his fury. He wasn't Luo Hanshan's match. He couldn't be impulsive. I'll definitely return this humiliation 100 times over in the future. Fang Chen's eyes were red as he slowly said each word. After saying that, Fang Chen immediately turned and prepared to leave. The fantasy sword grass had already been taken away by Luo Hanshan, so it was impossible for him to get it back. He could only leave first. Stop. Just as Fang Chen turned around to leave, Luo Hanshan suddenly let out a low shout. In an instant, a majestic aura abruptly emanated from his body and directly enveloped Fang Chen. Crack. Fang Chen's bones creaked. The places he had put his life on the line were completely useless. Traces of blood flowed out of his 7 orifices.